Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
And home-built experiments. Its history was built on the roar of roadsters sporting Offenhauser engines. Its mythos was sealed by the daredevil test pilots of fighter jets screaming along the ground. And today, even in the virtual world, everyone wants to win here as we get ready to watch the Majors Speedway 500. And you'll see it all live here on the Global SimRacing channel. I am Joe Peak, and joining me in the booth is Roush Racing driver Joey Atterbury and Ossian Puhaka. Behind the scenes is our director, Daniel Costello, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. And Joey, before we get to the racing itself, much like in real life, we come to the Fast Six, trying to determine those first two rows. And while qualifying doesn't always mean everything at Indy, it sure means a lot.
Yeah, track position is everything around Indianapolis Motor Speedway here. And yeah, just like in real life, we are getting down to that Fast Six, but 2.5 miles around this square oval in Speedway, Indiana. And we're basically going to see who sets the front row, the first couple rows out there, who's got the fastest car in a solo qualifying configuration before we get them all gridded up on the straightaways.
And always such a unique one, Ozzy, because they are doing it like they do in real life. It is the 4-lap average that will determine your position out there. So you can't just try and set up a car to be quick on a single lap. Having a car that's fast over those 4 laps is its own unique little challenge.
It certainly is, Joe, and the car changes throughout those 4 laps as well. You got tire temps to take into account, and that all plays into the setup of the car. So you can adjust how well it turns, how agile it is through those corners, and you have to play with those adjustments during the qualifying. So not only does the driver have to worry about essentially keeping it pinned to the floor, putting in those fast laps, being as brave as possible with a car that is going to be as loose as possible and as fast as possible on a straight line. But you have to also keep in mind just what adjustments you need, how many clicks you adjust on this setting or that setting, and there's many things to worry about. So it is one of my favorite types of qualifying, really, in all motorsport, where you don't only get that one flying lap, but you get the average of 4, and it matters because it's a different challenge than what people are used to.
Yeah, it definitely brings its own unique set of circumstances for sure at this track. It is one of the oldest permanent racing circuits in the world, among some of the first built, and has built up its legend over that time, nicknamed the Brickyard. And as you can see, in homage to that, they have kept the lone yard of bricks still here at the front straightaway to mark that start-finish line. Joey, what I find awesome is that not only in real life is it still the race that everybody wants to try and win, here in the majors, this was one of the first events that they ran, and it remains the top of everybody's list that they want to claim the crown.
And you might have the numbers for me, in fact, how many people have entered this, because there were so many splits, there were so many drivers that basically have signed up, and it has been narrowed down essentially like a bracket style, right? And we've got to the best of the best, the top split here, and like we're about to see is those fast six. And I think I see behind the scenes 217 drivers, Joe, is what is entered here at the majors. So, yeah, it's not just trying to get your way or be bumped out. 217 drivers tried to make the field.
Wow, that's a lot to try and make the top 33, which we'll be covering very soon once we are done with qualifying here. Now, 6 drivers will attempt to set their fastest average 4 laps around here. They'll go one at a time. It's much like what you see in the real world, and the drivers will see where that places them at the end of it. Now, they've already set the most of the field. They are in the midst of bump day as well, and that will set the bottom set of drivers for the big race itself. Those who don't make it are going to be heading off to the second split, which of course will be covered by our wonderful friends over at Radeon. But over here on GSRC, we're excited to see where things will stand for our front 3 rows. Unfortunately, in iRacing, one thing they haven't set up yet is a 3-wide start. So it's still going to be a 2-wide start here when they get going on that one. I just saw Carl Burke finish up with his qualifying, and I think McCrelly on that bump day group is currently out there as well. We should see Pablo Espez going to be our first driver to pop out for our qualifying, as we saw a few of our beautiful sights here. And I can tell you, definitely, if you're going to go to any racetrack in the world, Ozzy, this is one that needs to be on the bucket list to visit. It's like nothing else you've ever seen when it comes to racetracks.
Yeah, and it's a good thing I live right next door to it, no?
Exactly.
No, it is I mean, I'm running out of superlatives, really, and I'm running out of adjectives, which is not good because we're about 10 minutes into the broadcast. But it is a wonderful place. Any place you go to in here, it just reeks of history. Anywhere you sit down, people would have seen some amazing things throughout the last 113 years of racing history here. So anywhere you walk down to Gasoline Alley, and you would have sat in the same place that Mario Andretti or Jim Clark back in the day, or even modern day heroes. And then you look at the track itself, and you don't realize the scale until you go out there, because it is, I mean, it's 2.5 miles in length, and you can imagine when it's a rectangle what size of a place we're talking about here. Everything you see here, the grandstands are absolutely massive, the tower is absolutely massive, and the speeds, they too are absolutely massive. Let me give you an example, and let me do it in metric, just so people over on this side of the pond will understand too. Christian McCrelly is currently doing 370 kilometers per hour on the back straight. Enough said.
Yeah, you're looking at 230 plus miles an hour here at this track at the end of the long straights. That's in qualifying, of course. It's going to be slightly different come the race. And Joey, I understand that you've actually claimed some hardware, albeit not at the 500 here.
Not at the 500 and not in an open wheel car. I got to take home a 3rd place in some IMSA competition in the GS class, which is GT4, essentially, for everybody who is unfamiliar with sports cars. But yeah, this is an incredibly special place if you're on the oval, an even more special place. People dedicate their entire careers to even making this race in real life, and it's transferred over into the virtual world. So it's pretty cool to see that the majors is doing it not only the week before the real world event to kind of like hype up everything going to it, but we're here with some of the best open wheel guys out there. So it's going to be an awesome race to watch.
And to give an idea of the scale, as Ozzy was implying, it used to be that my dad and I, we would go every year, and we would always have seats over in turn 3. And eventually my dad said, I'd like to switch it to turn 4 if that's okay, even though I'm sure it's going to be a little more expensive. And I was like, why? He's like, I'm tired of having to walk to turn 3. It's that big. It is an extra probably half an hour to try and walk over to turn 3. just to get to your seats. So
What
yeah.
And to your point here, let me jump in. I'm sure that if anybody has seen like those silly maps of, what fits inside what, Indianapolis Motor Speedway is giant. It's got a golf course inside of it. It's got the lake inside of it. You can fit other racetracks inside of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So, yeah, if you've never been to this place, maybe the best way to describe it is not really a racetrack, but a super stadium.
Yeah, and it is a super stadium as we're watching Quigley here, who is the last of our bump day drivers to wrap things up to get his average 4 laps in. But speaking of the super stadium, it is and remains the largest single day sporting event in the world, and has been for I think pretty much its entire history. As you have a small city that arrives in this place. It can be as many as 300,000 people packed into this place. So you really cannot comprehend the scale until you get here and get to watch the cars racing. So hopefully we'll see our Fast Six qualifiers here on the track very shortly. And should be a fun time. I love behind the scenes, Joey is showing off the size of the trophy that he's won here, which is actually pretty big, it looks like.
I mean, we had Daniel be putting in there bigger is better, and I'm so happy to be having this really international crew learning to be Americans, Joe.
Exactly. And
Yeehaw!
that was actually a pretty good yeehaw for a Finnish accent, I'd say.
Thank you. Go on.
But we've just got to, I think, let's see, this is lap 3 for Quigley. So he's very shortly done here. And you can see the size of this backstretch, just absolutely massive. And remember, this first saw racing in it first saw racing before 1911, but the first 500-mile race was in 1911. And then the rest, as they say, is history. It's gone through changes in surface, but the layout is still the same as it was back when they built this track. And it's funny that you guys mentioned that multiple racetracks can fit inside. They actually do have multiple racetracks because there's the road course, and now they also have a dirt oval in there.
Well, and also you mentioned just kind of the history, how it hasn't changed. How often is it that people go and hunt around basically the no man's lands on the inside of the golf course and whatnot and find original bricks, right? That's totally a thing that you can go out there and still find bricks that once lined this 2.5-mile super speedway.
If you ever want to see a cool photo, if you go and search for Indianapolis Speedway core sample, every once in a while they'll do that out on the track, and it will literally show the layers of the different times that they've paved the track. Then below that there is still the bricks, and then below that there is the original sort of tar and gravel that they used to run on out there. Looks like that is it for Quigley, so I think that is going to be starting our Fast Six here very, very soon. We'll wait for them to head out onto the track in just a moment. We'll have Espes, Russell, Rodriguez, Fredrickson, Batten, all will be competing for the pole position at Indianapolis. And like we said, that is just as special. And to tell you how special it is here, Joey, one of the trophies, because they hand out special trophies for each of the events here in the majors, their trophy is a milk bottle that you win, that is special custom made for this race. They'll mail out to the winner.
I think that's so cool. And if you're unfamiliar with the real world Indianapolis, basically you drink the milk afterwards. And I can't remember who it was, but pre-race, right? They go around to all of the drivers and you got to fill out the card and say, hey, which milk would you like afterwards? And I believe there is actually an orange juice option if you don't want milk. And I believe there's only been one driver in the history of the Indianapolis 500 that has not chosen the milk option. So yeah, having the little milk carton, milk jug customized, it is very fitting for this race.
Very much so. Looks like Pablo going to be our first one out. Pablo Espes heading on to the track. We're going to watch and see. And one of the key metrics that you're going to need to watch for is minimum speed in the corners, Ozzy. That oftentimes will determine where you wind up. Speed at the end of the straightaways is always great, but it's that average speed that makes the difference.
Absolutely, and it's just like anywhere else really in racing, the average speed is what counts, and because average speed is essentially effectively the same as a lap time. But you're right in that it's not about how fast you can go on a straight line. We are watching Pablo right now, who was doing 373 k's an hour, and yes, I'm going to be referring to k's an hour, thank you very much, throughout the course of this podcast. So, but the minimum speed heading through turn 2, for example, 364. So they're not lifting off that much. In fact, they're not lifting off at all, but the better the car turns into the corner up to a certain point, the less steering input you have to use. As you can see here, Pablo's holding the steering wheel pretty much almost at a straight angle, just giving it a little bit of a suggestion through the corners, and then on a straight line you can see him actually turning to the right. And that is because the steering wheel is offset. The entire steering rack is offset a little bit to the right, so you can keep it on as straight as possible throughout the corners. And that is very much an oval thing. It is very much also a thing here at Indy 500. And we can see here those average speeds, those minimum speeds throughout the corners, and those average speeds, they usually tend to go up just a little bit as the times wind down. But you can see here, those are the fastest times throughout the qualifying. We're looking at average times. And Pablo here on the second flying lap, heading to the main straight, just a little bit slower than the first time around. Let's see the lap time. First time was 39.533, and the second time around is a 0.651, so a little bit slower here, second time around.
Yeah, he's been hovering at the similar average speed or similar lowest speed, about 226. Oh, he dipped down to 225 that time. So 39.5, his quickest. He lost about a tenth of a second, which is honestly massive around this track. You're dealing in hundredths of a second around here. Typically, we will get the average once all 4 laps are in, and that's what you will see on the left-hand side on the tower once his 4 laps are done.
I think what's the trickiest part about qualifying here at Indianapolis is that you look at the track map and it's square, right? It's just your regular square oval, but when you drive this thing, trust me, turn 1 is different than 3, and 2 is different than 4. It just, the other sides of the racetrack, they totally don't match up, especially how your brain thinks about them. So trying to do that repetition and put laps together that are on top of each other, it can be very difficult.
And the other thing is, this is the cars trimmed out as much as possible. And yes, it looks easy because, yeah, it's flat out, but these cars are going to be on the ragged edge. Looks like his qualifying is done. 39.646 is his 4-lap average. So now we wait for the next cars. Yes, I know he's marked as 9th, but that is not taking into account the bump day drivers who have also competed in this same session. So we'll be watching for those 6 and seeing whether or not Rodriguez Esteban, our next driver up, can top that 9th place.
Just starting the lap here, getting the green flag, and actually, no, that was the end of the first lap. So the first lap was a 39.48. So immediately, actually, a little bit faster than what we just saw. Esteban Rodriguez deciding to go out there with his hair on fire. Let's see if we have that same drop-off, right? Joe, you were mentioning that 10th, maybe 10th and a half was a huge drop-off, and then we didn't nearly see that into lap 3 and lap 4. I'm curious if we're going to get that out of Esteban.
Riding on board now, coming down to complete lap 2. And yeah, it's kind of one of those questions that a lot of drivers see. It is down about a tenth. Once again, 39.5 that time through. Is do you get a car that is extremely fast that first lap and hope that you can hold it up? Or do you set up a car, Ozzy, that is simply consistent and can keep nailing those extremely similar times all 4 laps?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I think it's also a driving style preference, because there's an age-old saying in racing, I'm sure you're familiar with it. loose is fast. But there is also an anecdote to it, which is too loose is too fast, which means you are going to have an accident if you set it up too loose. And it's often a compromise where essentially the more on the edge the car is, the more speed you can extract out of it if you manage to nail that lap. However, I think a lot of people here, especially in the Fast 6, are opting to maybe, okay, not take it like 100% on the edge, but 99, 98% on the edge. That being said, they still look pretty planted to me. I'm not seeing Esteban, for example, there, as he is heading towards the main straight now out of turn 4, not really having any issues, using the line pretty well. And another curiosity here that you may be wondering, and you will see throughout the course of the race as well, we'll get to the lap time soon, they're heading to the middle of the track on the main straight. And that's due to the curvature of the track, essentially. It's a little bit faster to run on the middle than on the right outside edge.
Well, and also I know in real life, I'm not sure if they mimic this now in the sim, because I know they do have the bubble on the wall on the NASCAR oval side, but in real life, the aerodynamics work better just being slightly off the wall than being right on top of it as well, because you're kind of buffeting the car around and pushing air back onto it. So you need to get out of that clean air. This looks a little more loose, as you saw him get very close through the short chute there, and definitely close. I think Ferguson's going to be pretty darn fast out here. In fact, he's already had his first lap, I'm seeing, at a 39.5.
Just a touch slower than Rodriguez's first time, but we had a big healthy 10th fall off from Esteban from lap 1 to lap number 2. So as Daniel Ferguson exits turn number 4, we'll see exactly what lap number 2 is as he crosses the line right here, a 58.5. So not nearly as much fall off. The first lap not quite as fast, but the second lap much faster.
Rodriguez with an average of 0.610, and both the laps so far for Ferguson have been below that mark. If he can keep this up on the third lap, there's a good chance that he's going to be on the provisional pole, but then he's going to have to follow it up with that fourth and final lap. Down to the white line, drifting out way to the wall as he leaves nothing on the table.
Let's see what it is this third lap here, a 67, so had a healthy fall off there on lap number 3. I think that's going to kind of put him on par with where Esteban Rodriguez was, because he didn't have that first lap. Now, the fall off isn't as bad here on lap number 4. If Daniel Ferguson can put something together, maybe still hang out under a 70 here in terms of that 39.70, it might put him in front.
What's it going to be as he heads through the short chute on the north side of the circuit, then heads down towards the yard of bricks? Will it be third? Will it be first? Or will he wind up in the middle? His average time is going to be a 39.619. He is just shy by about 9 thousandths of a second of that pole time. Rodriguez remains your pole sitter for now, as now we check out Oscar Fredrickson finishing his first lap of his qualifying. Going to be a 39.479 his first time around.
When we talk about the lap times that we've seen so far, out of the first ones, this is actually the fastest of those first lap times. So Oscar Fredrickson at a 39.479, like Joe was saying. It's been about a 10th fall off. Ferguson only had about a half a 10th fall off between lap 1 and lap 2, but with how fast lap 1 is, if Oscar can just kind of keep it together, he's looking towards the top.
See what the next lap looks like here. We've kind of started to get a benchmark based on what the others have been able to do. 39.5, so he's also dropping a little bit, comes out very fast and seems to be not as consistent as we ride on the nose cam of this car. Definitely dipping below the white line. I've been noticing, Ozzy, that it seems like a lot of cars are trying to get beneath that painted line in turn 2.
Yeah, and you can use that a little bit. And often people do, because turn 2 is kind of weird in the line you take. You take it a little bit more shallow than the other corners here. At the same time, people are kind of afraid of the outside wall heading onto the back straight for a good reason as well. But people are getting below that line, and it's fine to get below that line. It's not a yellow line, you can go below it, but go too much and you're gonna hit that apron, and when you hit that apron, you're not gonna have a good time. You can see Fredriksson here, the Swedish driver, and once again going below the line, you can see the car wash up, but as the Armco sort of shallows away, you follow the angle of that Armco. And another thing that I'm going to mention right now, so we're watching through this qualifying, is the weather. The headwind, it's blowing northwest, so blowing from northwest, so they have a headwind heading into the turn number 3, essentially. As you turn into turn number 3, you have a headwind going into that corner, which is going to give you a little bit more grip. On the other hand, it's also going to slow you down just a little bit through that short chute, and it's going to be a tailwind then on the other side of the circuit. And it's changing just a little bit. There's a bit of an ebb and flow, and it's getting weaker all the time.
And Fredriksson just took the pole away with an excellent qualifying. His slowest lap was a 39.653, Joey. So he has set a huge benchmark, much quicker than what we saw from Rodriguez.
And to give the trend of how that qualifying effort went, a 4.79 first lap, and then had an incredibly consistent lap 2 and lap 3, both in the 50s. But this car that we're watching on screen, Lucas Prada, just replicated that first lap, also a 4.79. So let's see what the fall off is here. Now, Fredriksson had a 5.52 for his second lap, and then almost replicated that nearly identical for lap number 3. So if Lucas Prada right here can kind of keep it in the mid 55s or under, he's going to be trending a touch faster than Oscar. Let's see what it is, 58.5, so just shy of him.
Okay, it's still looking very quick. And again, this is going from the slowest in the Fast 6 up to the fastest out here. So they should be getting quicker, theoretically, as they go, unless someone's got something special up their sleeve. So Prada down the backstretch now on lap 3. So far, it is trending well for the number 10 car. Can he keep it up? This is looking somewhat similar to what we saw from Fredriksson.
It's so silly because we're arguing over thousandths of a second over 4 laps. It's incredible how close all of these competitors are. And oh, that was a big fall off there on lap number 3. That was a 39.641. So he's trending a little bit more like where Esteban Rodriguez is, maybe just in front of Esteban.
And Ozzy, it looks like you've noticed that the handling might be a bit different from what we saw from previous cars.
Yeah, I think Lucas is a little bit more understeered throughout the corners. The car is not quite as agile. You can see it just wash out a little bit too much, and in the middle of the corner having to put up a bit more steering input, and the minimum speed is going down drastically, 360 in the middle of turn number 4.
He'll cross the line, 39.688 for his last lap. That's going to put him into 39.598. I believe that is second currently now. So Lucas Prada with a good lap, but not good enough to topple Fredrik Eriksson. Alex Russell is the next of our 6. And then after that, Garen Batten will be the final driver.
So Alex is just now coming out of turn number 4 on his first time lap. He crosses that yard of bricks, and holy smokes,
wow.
A 39.303. That's a full 10.5 faster than we've seen out of anybody else.
I was going to say, yeah, nobody has hit the 39.3s yet at any point in this qualifying. So this has been fantastic from Alex Russell to start out, but now he's got to keep it up. And on this second lap, this is really going to tell the tale. Can he go quick enough to match that 39.3? Will he drop to the 39.4s, or will it be even more dramatic? Did he use up everything in that first lap? Russell comes to the line. What's it going to be as it comes late on the straights? 39.391. He's flying.
I mean, he's just got to keep it together for lap 3 and 4. Just don't make any mistakes, because whatever he's got in terms of setup in this car, it is working right now. I'm seeing the speeds already 229, 230 halfway down the straightaway. So, yeah, this car is moving.
And apologies, Alex is our last driver in the Fast 6. This will determine pole, and the way it's looking right now, Alex Russell has a very good shot at being on that pole position. Lap number 3 getting ready to be completed as he'll cross the yard of bricks. 39.475. There's some drop off, but compared to everybody else, he's now hitting the speeds of their first lap of the session.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Lap number 3 is still faster than anybody else's first lap that we've seen. So here's lap number 4. I mean, as long as he doesn't lift off the gas, he should be on top.
Just needs to bring it home one more corner. This is going to be an incredible pole time. If he can manage to keep the speed up, he looked like he left a lot of room on the exit, but I don't know that he even needs it here today. He'll cross the line, 39.5. Just unbelievable as he'll hit a 39.430, easily pole position for Alex Russell. So there is your Fast Six as he celebrates that one. Thankfully, you don't need to worry about the engine of the car in this, as you're going to get a brand new one when we get to the race itself. What a Fast Six session that was. And I have to imagine Alex is beside himself right now, Ozzy.
Oh, he has to be, and you can see just what it means to him. Take the pole position of the Speedway 500 here at the Major Series. As you said, it is the crown jewel event, and it means so much to put in that 4-lap average. And with such precision too. Not only was he set up on point, but I was watching him through turn 2, especially in laps 1 and 2. You were talking about going below the white line. He was absolutely on the edge, just millimeters from the edge of the apron. And the way he turned that car in with a single turn, with so much confidence, taking the perfect line to the corner and then washing out all nice. And that's where you find those little differences. You find 1 or 2 hundredths of a second per corner. Well, that's gonna be almost a tenth at the end of the lap, and what we saw is him over a tenth faster than anybody else. So it was a clear display of driving confidence, of driving mastery and precision from Russell. Let's see if that transfers over to the race.
And again, like I said, it might look easy, but those minuscule inputs making the difference along with the setup out there just shows you the skill that Alex had. I believe we are taking a short break, if that is correct, and we'll be back with more of our pre-race show for the Speedway 500. So we'll be back after this. They are going to be gridding up very soon. Well, now that bump day is over, now that the Fast Six is over, and, well, they didn't have carburation day here in the virtual version, but they are warming up right now. It is time for the Speedway 500. However, Indianapolis is a racetrack like no other. Let's get a closer look at one of the oldest purpose-built racetracks on the planet with our track guide.
Indianapolis, the Brickyard, the world capital of racing. No matter how you put it, quite simply, there is no place like Indy. Originally constructed in 1909, the 2.5-mile oval hosted a variety of racing events, including a hot air balloon race. But it wasn't until 1911 that the stars aligned and the first 500-mile classic was held, and the rest, as they say, is history. The original 3.2 million bricks that were laid down as a track surface were eventually replaced with asphalt, leaving only a 3 feet wide swath at the start-finish line, giving the speedway its famous moniker, the Brickyard. Today, Indianapolis stands as a testament of speed and endurance, with the 5/8 of a mile straightaways blending seamlessly into the 9.2-degree banked corners and allowing for cars to reach staggering speeds of upwards of 240 miles an hour. While each corner may look identical, every one presents its own separate challenge, with wind speed and direction playing a crucial part when it comes to car stability. Total commitment is required to send the car hurtling into turn 1, but aggression is not rewarded, as smooth hands are what is needed to lightly click the apex on each corner and power down the long straightaways. For spectators, Indy is unlike anything in the world. With race day attendance estimated to reach nearly 400,000 people, it proudly holds on to the title as the largest single-day sporting event ever recorded. To the pomp and circumstance on race day, to the silent majesty exuded in silence, there is no place like this in the world. It is spectacular. It is awe-inspiring. It is Indy.
Such a special place, Joey. Why don't we talk a little bit about the stats of this thing, though?
2.5 miles around, and there is a yard of bricks at the start-finish line. That is the most important part, but it is just outside of Indianapolis. When I say just outside, I mean hop in the car for a few minutes. You'll find yourself in Speedway, Indiana, but it is a square-shaped oval, and the more I look at this track map, the more it looks the same on both ends, but when you're inside the cockpit, and man, I tell you, it approaches totally differently in 1 and 3 versus 2 and 4 as well. So the drivers have their hands full every single lap, and a lot of them are going to be making adjustments on that steering wheel down every single straightaway. But only 9 degrees of banking, relatively flat. What that means is you can go side by side with some cooperation, but if you find yourself washed way up in the middle of the racetrack, there is not much grip, there's not much camber in the road to really help you out. And as we've seen in the real world, Joe, even off of turn number 4, you find yourself in the gray stuff on the last lap, you can find yourself in the wall.
Absolutely. Such a notorious moment for this track, but let's take a look at the championship situation, because this is part of a bigger picture in the Atlantic section of the majors. Jesper Eriksson still leading things. It is Daniel Blomqvist who jumps himself up into 3rd with a very good run last time out. Kinchlow gets shuffled down just a little bit, unfortunately for him. Batten finding himself within the top 10, but look at how close it is from 3rd all the way down to 6th position. Things have tightened up quite a bit in the mid-pack here, and that is, of course, the driver's stand. As you can see, the teams mentioned in Aussie, they hold a teams championship as well.
Yes, they do, and as you saw there on the driver standings on the right side, a lot of these top drivers are in teams, and Force Esports, they're not leading that drivers champ, but they are leading the teams champ, and they are leading it conclusively with 2,337 points, just 240 ahead of Fusion Gold. Then you got Grizzly TFR rounding out the top 3, 427 behind the leader. Dog Bear Bite just 13 points behind them. Then you got a big gap between them and Udox Gooby in 5th place. You got Easy Grass Yorkshire in 6th, Sapphire SimSport Atlantic in 7th, and Evolve SimSports Atlantic in 8th place. So Team Championship definitely not quite as valued in many people's minds as the Drivers one, but it's something of a different kind of battle between organizations and between like mutual bragging rights, if nothing else.
Yeah, very much so. And you can see it's very hotly contested up at the top where it tapers off towards the end. Joey, what about the race itself? What are they going to be up against here today?
500 miles is what these drivers are doing, but we're just shy in the halfway point of the major series. You see round 5 of 11. Everybody is in those Indy cars, also known as the Dallara IR18 chassis, right? We've already watched that Fast 6 in qualifying. So we are here in the big boy race. I said 200 laps, 500 miles, open setup. The drivers do have one spare car, which kind of is a little bit of a lifeline if you get into trouble early. You don't want to have to use it, but it is there in case you get caught up into somebody else's wreck. But I think the name of the game is keep it clean out there. If you want to win this one, you're not going to be involved in any wrecks.
Yeah, it's difficult to try and come back from that. Not impossible, but certainly going to compromise your afternoon. Now, one thing we do want you to do is make sure and check out the Majors Garage, home of free Baseline Plus setups. Get help from any of the garage coaches 24/7. Sign up now for awesome, affordable monthly subscriptions, telemetry, coaching, and more by simply clicking on our link in the description below. Also, if you use our special discount code MajorsGSRC, you'll get 10% off. Now, every race in the Majors, they have a special charity that they will raise funds for by allowing drivers extra qualifying attempts if they pay a fee. Now, all those fee goes towards the charities each round. This time, it is Folds of Honor. And since 2007, Folds of Honor has provided life-changing scholarships to the spouses and children of America's fallen or disabled military. On their watch, those who protect our freedoms and our families will know they are not forgotten. Find out more with our link in the description below. Looks like we are down to the last about 2.5 minutes, and then we head off to the big race where the drivers will have to try and put their money where their mouth is. I kind of wonder if the nerves are starting to bubble up a little here, Ozzy. I like I said, this is the first and the original race that the Majors has been doing, but I can only imagine the pressure some of them are starting to feel.
No, absolutely. This is the time when you do those last warm-up laps to just to get your mind back to the racing side of things, because they've been now focusing mostly on the qualifying, focusing mostly on solo laps. Well, once you enter draft and once you come racing with another driver, it becomes a whole different ball game, and that's what you gotta get used to. At the same time, a lot of this is about, from driver's point of view, a lot of this is about nerve calming right now, just trying to get yourself in the groove, trying to find that confidence in racing once again, but you're still going through all those possibilities at least somewhere in the back of your mind. Don't be aggressive too early. What if somebody is a little bit aggressive too early? You know, how's the car gonna handle with full tank of fuel, race setup, in draft, in lap number 1 with cold tires, etc., etc.?
As is tradition, though, here in Indianapolis, we're not going to pass it up. It's time to go to DJ Clark for the traditional singing of Back Home Again in Indiana.
Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still burning bright through the sycamores for me. The new moon hay sends out its fragrance through the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, how I long for my Indiana home.
Lovely stuff from DJ Clark. Wouldn't have it any other way than a Hoosier native getting to sing that classic song. And just in time as the checkered flag is out on the final warm-up. The cars will now start to grid. Unfortunately, it is not the traditional 3 wide, but it is still a field of 33 taking part here today, with Alex Russell starting it on the pole. Oscar Fredrickson will be next to him in second. It is Lucas Prada in P3, followed by Esteban Rodriguez in fourth. Daniel Ferguson, P5 for him, as Espes was the last of the Fast Six, starting P6. Lynn Kenchlow, just shy of making it into that contest, will start from seventh today. Jeff Schmeier will be in a P8. Then you've got Nicholas Warfield on the inside of that fifth row in P9, and Thijs Berendre is going to be starting in 10th, Joey.
And then we've got Daniel Blomqvist here in 11th, Cesar Manzato in 12th. Travis Henderson will be lined up in 13th with Jason Wallet in 14th, Jesper Eriksson in 15th, Matthias Strauss in 16th, David Baker in the number 986 in 17th, Ian Patience in 18th, Pablo Artiga in 19th, and Sheridan Wade in 20th, Ozzy.
Yep, and 10 in 21st position, we have Tom Guest, followed by Mike Golightly, Garen Batten in 23rd, Jeff Cardamone in 24th, Tom Dreiling in 25th, Christian Innocente in 26th, and you got Samuel Lawson in 27th position, Nicolas Cupulo in 28th, Mike Grandy in 29th, and Christian Macrelli in 30th position. You got a couple of more drivers here, Michael Chin starting 31st, and Rob Courtney in 32nd position. Joe?
So only 32 it looks like, missing just one car here for a traditional field of the classic race. But they are already on their pace lap. It'll be one circuit around. It's not like in the real world where they'll have to do a number of them to prep the cars. They get ready and they get going. How is this going to look when they take to the green flag here at Indianapolis? And what will it look like for Alex Russell into that first turn? Joey, you talked about the importance of track position, especially at the start, to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit frantic, especially in the first few laps. Maybe the first lap and a half, we're going to see some really darting moves. I saw 3 wide drafting in practice, so I think until things calm down, got to hold your breath.
It's definitely going to be some of that, especially if we wind up 3 wide into some of these first corners of the race and down the backstretch, using that slipstream as well. Going to really open up whether drivers can try and get side by side. The question is, do they dare, as the pace car now peels off of turn 4, going to release Alex to go here at the start for the 2024 Speedway 500. What are we going to see here as they come to the line? Green flag is out. It's a big jump from Russell. He is already away, and he's pulling along Prada behind him. He's going to move his way all the way up into second as they fly into turn 1, Joey.
And Rodriguez is actually going to be the inside of Fredrickson. You don't want to be up top on the racetrack too early. There's not a whole lot of clean area to run up there. And now it's going to be Russell eaten up by the draft. We've got all 32 cars on the back straightaway.
Lucas is going to be able to move up to the point very quickly, so Alex did not hold on to that pole for very long. Rodriguez in third, and we get a caution already before the first lap is over. Massive wreck on the north side of the circuit.
That's Cardamone. Yeah, Cardamone, David Baker involved, Daniel Blomqvist involved, Mike Golightly as well, and I think Tom Dreiling might have some damage. Mike Golightly, it has a lot of damage as well. So 3, 4, 5 cars involved in lap 1 already in turns 3 and 4.
I think this starts with Blomqvist in the 988. Unfortunately, I think he just washed out wide. We'll see if we can get a replay of that one. And we mentioned those spare cars, Joey. There are a lot of drivers that are going to have to use that ace up their sleeve on the very first lap.
It's tough, but I think that's probably why it's there, right? It's a little bit of a lifeline, especially as we first get going. I said it was going to be frantic on the opening lap. We didn't even get to complete a lap, and it just started with this 988 car. We're going to see him kind of get wide here in turn number 3. See him wash up the racetrack, bounce off of the wall, and then down into another competitor. And from there, it's just a chain reaction. Jeff Cardamone is way down there at turn 3 right now and ends up getting piled in, but several cars collected.
Looked like there was somebody who snuck through the grass even, though, to try and avoid that accident, trying to see if I could figure out who that is. But definitely a few lucky people that I think managed to escape this one. And indeed, I think that is going to be Sheridan Wade and Pablo Ortega that somehow got beneath all the melee and got away lucky. Although there was a secondary accident, I think, for Daniel Ferguson, who potentially maybe just clipped the wall trying to avoid the wreck.
And I've gone and looked at this a few times here, and I really can't put a ton of blame on Travis Henderson down low. I can't put a ton of blame on Daniel Blomqvist up high. Looks like we're going to get a couple more replays here. So as we're watching from Daniel Ferguson, oh, this is coming out of turn 4. I completely missed this part, Joe.
Yeah, like I said, I think that was a completely separate incident that was not involved in that one, as the car got a little sideways. Heard that there might be a bit of ghost contact. I couldn't tell from that angle, so it may have just been the nature of the internet. We have to remember the majors is a global series, and unfortunately, Ozzy, there are often drivers that are racing from across the globe, and netcode won't always be as kind.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to keep in mind that even at the speed of light, there is still about 400 milliseconds of lag. As you can see, Sheridan Wade, who Joe mentioned earlier, impressive bit of driving. And watch this, coming out of turn 3, you're gonna see accident in front starting right now, going to the inside, and that's gonna be Pablo Arteaga on the outside. And look, Sheridan, 2 wheels on grass, doing still at the excess of 150 miles an hour, just manages to keep it together, and once again they slow down side by side to the next incident and make it through. Not only was it impressive from Sheridan Wade, but especially Pablo Arteaga as well, realizing the situation, because so easily, if you are like going down, going to the inside, which is going down in oval terms, going low, you want to go all the way down low, especially if there are cars crashing on the outside. But this time Pablo realized, okay, there is somebody coming also to the scene that is going to be on the inside of me, and leaving them a car's width right after they saw Sheridan going to the grass, leaving them a car's width, and essentially making sure that they can make it through that accident side by side. And it all happened so quickly. And I'll tell you what, Sheridan Wade was doing 158 miles an hour when they hit that grass.
So looks like the lights are out on the pace car, so we will be getting going here shortly, restarting on lap 5. And hopefully that is everybody getting that out of their system. The good news is that this is going to be a single file restart. This isn't NASCAR style, which unfortunately for those that were caught out by that accident and not able, to get back around in time, they're a lap down, and there is no lucky dog rule. So if you want to get a lap back, you have to do it the old school way, and either do it through pit strategy or simply be fast enough that you can unlap yourself. We'll see whether or not some drivers are able to do that, as I think Cardamone, Baker, Henderson go lightly, the ones caught a lap down very early. Pace car is in, and Prada is the one in control this time. He accelerates away, leaving a gap open to the outside, and Russell now finally gets into the slipstream of Lucas Prada as they head down into turn 1 once again. This time, Joey, single file.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit more behaved. And as I say that, we're too wide here in turn number 2 already. I think this is between the 315 and the 340, essentially over 8th place. And actually, look at this. Alex Russell, after getting passed on lap 1 on the initial start, he wants the clean air back to the point.
Okay, so is that going to be the MO of this race? Are we going to see drivers back and forth up at the front switching around, or are we going to maybe settle in as here we go again? Nope, it's going to be the switch around, back and forth. Prada this time down the main straight and taking the lead right back. Behind him it is Rodriguez, Fredrickson, and Estes. Let's ride on board with Russell, Ozzy.
Yep, let's see how the car behaves on draft. We saw how Russell's car behaved in qualifying. Well, here's the pass for the lead. Back and forth once again. Russell to the inside. Should be able to tuck in nice and tight into turn number 3 and make the overtake happen. And what is important to note here, look at the gear that these drivers are on. You saw them 6th gear throughout the qualifying. Well, they're geared a little bit differently for the race. He's still on 5th gear throughout the main straight and not gonna change up to 6th because that is for heavy draft situations and low fuel situations. So they're gonna be keeping it on 5th gear all the way around as Prada takes the lead once again.
Yeah, they just had a 4-course yellow, Joey, so that saves some of the fuel right there and will extend this first stint. But I imagine it's going to be a bigger question once we get to the end, especially if we get a lot of green flag racing on who does what with the fuel.
Just immediately between the two cars out front that are kind of flip-flopping around, and I'm talking about Alex Russell and Lucas Prada here, I think that Alex Russell still got the faster car. I say that, here comes Lucas Prada to the inside, but if you watch through turn 2, watch Alex Russell and the little bit of a wider line he takes. He keeps the front end with the clean air, and then he's able to just launch off a turn 2. He is able to draw this line perfectly on the track and then execute it from inside the car. And we're not even a quarter of the way down the back straight, and he's already past him.
You're right. That thing looks very quick in a straight line, which is going to be difficult towards the end of the race as we check out Lyd Kinchlow. Of our top 10 of the points, he washes up a little bit. Thankfully, Schmeier going to give him room, so we don't have a caution from that one behind them. Nicholas Warfield is starting to catch up along with Jason Wallet, so we could see a bit of a four-way battle up there. As in the foreground, it looks like Russell going to be overtaken by Prada once again.
I'm not surprised. What I am surprised about, though, is that Russell or Prada hasn't taken the opportunity to simply sit there and fuel save, and here we go. I think we're getting that out of the number 27. I know that we had the early yellow flag, but if you've got the opportunity to fuel save even more, why not do it?
Absolutely. Set yourself up with a little bit more wiggle room later on in the race, and those in this train could be just kind of lifting and allowing themselves to be pulled along. Certainly not with Warfield, or at least initially, as he pops out and decides to lift before they get down into turn 1. Not a corner you want to go side by side through, Ozzy.
No, absolutely not, but they make it through so far. Jason Wallet on the outside, just have, as a result, Warfield actually has to lift off a little bit, head into the back straight, and that was well done by Wallet. Taking the position round the outside. So Wallet looks to be one of those drivers who wants to make it to the lead pack quickly. Started 14th, is currently in 8th place as he just passed Nicholas Warfield. And there are two different kind of strategies, and I kind of want to throw it to Joey as well, because there's two different kinds of approach you can take. You can either fuel save right from the early on, take it conservative, just focus on keeping your nose clean and keep your car clean and not get any damage. Or you can sort of use up your fuel, which is effectively your stamina if this was a long-distance running race, like Wallet is doing right now. He's using a lot of fuel, he's making overtakes, and essentially wanting to get to that lead pack quickly. And then once you are in that lead pack, you can then take it a little bit more easy.
So, to your point here, Ozzy, I think that yes, I see benefit to both sides. However, early on, there's less of a penalty if you're aggressive, right? So if you don't want to fuel save, if you want to burn up the tires, if you want to use up all that fuel, most likely there will be a yellow later. So I would say that it's a little bit more cautious to roll the dice early and drive the car hard early because you kind of have a little bit of a safety net. However, to play devil's advocate, there's never a bad time to save fuel, because if you can still save fuel at the beginning of the race, it puts you in a more advantageous position when it comes to those pit stops. It just makes everything faster. And Joe, you know, pit road here, it's incredibly important. The less time you spend on it, the more track position you can make up.
Yeah, and you got to read those yellows really well on when to pit. As we've been riding on board with Wallet here, I noticed that it sounded like he had a bit of a lift in 3. And let's see. I don't know if he lifted there, but he definitely shifted down a bit through 2. So he is seeming to just kind of play the long game here since he's all the way up into 7th position now and sitting in a good spot farther up in the field. A few laps ago as well, something that caught my eye was Pablo Espez went straight around the outside of Rodriguez for a position in turn 3. That is not something, Joey, that you see very often here.
No, and it kind of changed the complexion of our top 5, really. I say that because Alex Russell was the only one being able to save fuel behind our leader because he was tucked up in the slipstream, and when it was Rodriguez in 3rd place, they would get this monster run coming out of the corners and then catch him by the end of the straightaway. So that means they're running flat out. That means Pablo Espez wanted to get around and start fuel saving. So you're right, he just drove around the outside of Esteban Rodriguez. And that tells me maybe Esteban's car not quite hooked up at the beginning of a run, or the driver is still just getting in the groove of things. But Espez now firmly in that fuel saving mode in 3rd.
That's a good point, that this is an open setup series. So if we do get these long green flag runs, what is your car like over a long distance? Is it going to stay even? Is the handling going to be the same? And they even have tools, much like the real drivers, Ozzy, in the car. The weight jacker is there, and various things that can help the handling in these corners.
No, absolutely they do, and they adjust it, believe me, they do. Because going on the weight checker, essentially you can make it more aggressive so that you have the car turns better throughout the corners. It's gonna load the outside tires more throughout the corners, and it's gonna essentially create what we call a cross weight to the car. And that means that when you're running behind somebody, when you're in dirty air, your car is gonna turn better. And that is why you use aggressive weight checker to stay close behind somebody, like Jason Wallet is doing here. You can stay right up to somebody, and once you open up to the straight, you once again neutralize the weight checker to make the car go faster on a straight line. But you have to remember that once you pass the guy in front and there is no immediate drop, if you're in clear air, you want to once again neutralize the weight checker. Otherwise, the car is gonna oversteer and you're gonna have a crash because the car is now too aggressive for clear air. Because what the dirty air does, essentially, I'm sure a lot of people who watch open wheel racing, downforce racing, essentially, are familiar with it, but regardless, it's gonna create a turbulent air from the car in front of you. So what that is going to do is that it brings less air to the front wing, and it makes the car understeer. And as we all know, understeer is when you hit the wall front end first. Oversteer is when you do it rear end first. So it's gonna make the car push, and it's gonna turn less effectively. And that's why you use the weight checker to help to offset some of that understeer in the corners.
We were watching Mike Grandy for a bit. He's up 11 positions from the start. Huge gains there. Sheridan Wade back here in 11th, up 9 himself, almost cracking to the top 10, but right now he's being put under pressure by Jesper Eriksson. Don't think Eriksson looks like he's really intent on trying to overtake this time through turn 1. So he'll sit patiently in line behind his rival. And I like what I'm seeing at this stage, Joey, because it does look like everybody's settling in and just trying to be in for the long haul. We're only 18 laps into a 200-lap race.
You have to log the laps at some point, right? I mean, you just can't be hard race. I mean, I shouldn't say that. You can be hard racing, but fair racing for 500 miles. And as soon as you start to chop it up with yellows, things just kind of, the rhythm gets broken up a lot, and drivers, they get kind of grumpy, and it turns more into a short track mentality, and yellows just kind of breed yellows on the racetrack, as it looks like popping out for what is 5th place right there. I think that's Oscar Fredrickson, Jeff Schmeier all involved. But to your point, most of the packet is still really calm, and look at the big long line. I see about 20 cars that are all within draft range, which means there's less than second between them and the car in front of them. It's not until 21st, Michael Chin, that you have the first 1+ second gap.
Now, most times the fuel stint will last about 33 laps if it's flat out under green, but we've had a caution now. And so I'm guessing maybe about lap 35 to 38 that we'll see drivers trying to extend this one to. We'll see if we get another yellow to break it up before we reach that. Tupelo, in the meantime, sitting down here in 22nd, pulling what is kind of a secondary train of cars, it seems, behind him.
And I'm curious. So when we were watching practice before we were live on the stream here, there was tons of 3-wide drafting and 3-wide passes, which tells me that it's very, very powerful. I wonder if sitting 1.3, 1.5 seconds back is still relatively safe, and they're just being a little bit more calm. And if you're going to turn it up, I would say probably lap 100, lap 125 if you're sitting back there before you really got to get a move on and it becomes urgent.
Exactly. Still waiting for Henderson, Cardamone, Baker, Go Lightly to all try and get their laps back. Checking to see. Yeah, Henderson's still well down the order right now, and he's the highest driver who's a lap down. So he's got a ways to go before he can go and pass the leaders and try and hope to get that lap back. In the meantime, we're watching Ortega here kind of sandwiched between Patience and Barendrout as they come onto the main straightaway once again. So 21 laps into this thing. We're starting to get into the rhythm, but it's definitely been between Prada and Russell up at the front, trading places.
I think that Ozzy was just noticing something pretty big that I started seeing in the first few laps, but I believe that maybe even Lucas Prada right now is fuel safe. Oh, we've got a wreck coming out down the back straightaway there. I believe that was Sheridan Wade tripping over everybody in front, and now multiple cars involved.
Sheridan Wade and Henderson hitting hard. It was a horror crash for both of them. So Sheridan Wade, you're right, started it off in turn, heading to turn 3, and Henderson just couldn't avoid. And those are the two cars involved in this one. I don't think there was anyone else that got caught up in that incident. Drivers behaving very well to avoid that otherwise, but that was absolutely horrendous.
That was very strange from what I can see on my replay. I think contact, it looks like, with Lynn Kinchlow, if I'm seeing correctly, and there was a giant checkup down the backstretch. I haven't seen something like that before, and especially resulting in a wreck.
I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on here, okay? I think that our leader saw everybody fuel saving behind. Now, I understand that tire degradation is a totally natural thing here in racing, but his last lap was a 42.5. That was like 3/4 of a second slower than his previous lap, and we saw everybody getting stacked up as we're going to get our replay here down the back straightaway, but I think it just goes down to an accordion effect. Look at how stacked up everybody is down the back straightaway. People are going to look towards the inside, look towards the outside, and Sheridan went for a move, and there was a big old block in front of him, huh?
Oh, just a massive hit for Wade. He'll swing back onto the track. Henderson, I think, blind a little bit by the car in front, couldn't see in time, and just was unable to avoid. The only two cars out after that, interestingly. I don't think Kinchlow got damaged, but he is in pit lane right now taking service. So those are our first two DNFs, Wade and Henderson, while drivers are figuring now as close as any time to get a scheduled stop in.
I think that this is the perfect opportunity, right? Because if you stay out on the racetrack, you're just going to kind of get killed on old tires. Might as well come down here and fill the thing up and be competitive out there on the racetrack. Last thing you want to do is be the slowest car on a restart.
Yep, exactly. So it'll take some time to get those repairs. Again, no lucky dog here, so our drivers, Cardamone and Go Lightly, will need to stay out to get those laps back, which they did not, unfortunately. So they're going to remain a lap down. We're still early. We're not even a quarter way into this race, so there's definitely time for them to get back into it. So your order for the top 5 after our first stops: Russell, Prada, Espez, Schmeier, and Rodriguez.
Still got a couple laps here under that safety car, and it's an opportunity for these drivers to kind of take a little bit of a mental reset. We had a very quick accident on lap number 1, remember, in turn 3, and then everybody was relatively well behaved there, and I think it wasn't until I'm not even going to say games, because it wasn't games, it was just strategy, right? It was strategy on the racetrack being played, and then Some cars started tripping over each other, but I wonder what kind of run we'll get this next time, if we're actually going to see some green flag pit stops here, because that can throw a whole different curveball at this entire field.
Lights already back out on the pace car, but I want to give our audience maybe a bit of reference as well, Joey, because you're the one of us three that has actually raced real race cars, and I'm curious, do you know what the fastest you've been? Because you raced, GT4 level cars. I think you said you've been in GT3 level cars. What's the fastest top speed you've been at that you know of?
It would have been Daytona in a Rolex GT Porsche, so essentially a GT3 car before it had all the traction control and ABS and all that fast stuff. We actually got a special sixth gear for that, and we were doing about 188 and a half through the tri-oval in a GT car. So I think that's the fastest I've been clocked, and I can't think of another time that I've been faster than that other than an airplane.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Well, there have been some really fun airplanes that I've gotten the opportunity to hop into as well, so that almost counts.
and so for our audience there, real race car driver here, 180 max, and these guys are doing 230 at the end of the straightaway. So just try and fathom the amount of speed that these cars are able to get up to as they come around for the restart once again. 2 cautions so far in the first 25 laps of this race. Will we see more start to slow it down? Are we going to get some more green flag runs in? Pace car is in and Russell is away. Green flag is out, and we start to see the Dragon show up as it weaves back and forth down the main straight, trying to break the slipstream.
All they're trying to do is not provide that tow to the car behind them, and you usually see it a little bit more on these initial restarts, but I think the drafting game is going to come into full effect down here, and actually full fuel save out of our top 3 already. Well-mannered, nice and easy on the restart.
Absolutely. Still 28 cars left on the lead lap of our 32 starters here today. Russell back in front of Prada, Espes chasing down there in third. They're starting to pull away from the group behind. Looks like Schmeier and Rodriguez dropping ever so slightly. Rob Courtney off the track. I think there was an accident, but I don't see a caution flag. Unless he brings it back onto the racing line, we should be okay.
Usually, as long as they're well down the apron there, we should stay green flag. I got my fingers crossed here. Here's Lynn Kinchlow. He fell all the way back to 20th place after being involved in that latest yellow flag. He's going to take the opportunity and draft right past the yellow number 613 car and actually bring his buddy Tom Dreiling aboard with him. Goes down to the inside of turn number 3.
So Lynn Kinchlow trying to work his way back forward after having a little bit of contact. One car low and off the speed. That's Ian Patience, and that is for position. Oh, they have hit the wall somewhere because that wheel is not connected how it should be.
I can report that was in turn number 3. It was contact between himself and Mike Grandy, which is actually one of our biggest movers. And I think that Mike Grandy in the number 12 definitely... Oh, go for it, Joe. It's 3-1.
Sorry. Yeah, I was going to say, and someone blasting up to the front. Who is that? That is Rodriguez, who has suddenly passed about 5 or 6 cars in one straightaway. And again, the games of fuel saving as drivers in front slow. That was almost a big accident. I'm sorry, Joey. It just scared me for a moment.
No, you're 100% right. Look at what's happening. This is still fuel-saving games out front from Russell as well as Prada. So Esteban Rodriguez decided, you know what? I'm just going to go up there and race my race. So, and look at that for third, sliding up and almost contact between Ericsson and Prada.
Prada looks like he's a little off pace as he loses some speed. Espes easily goes by him. I wonder if they're going to give up on this sort of gamesmanship here in a moment, especially now that Russell is no longer up in the lead and can save some fuel behind Rodriguez. They'll come around to start lap 30 now. I have never seen a race quite like this. I've seen fuel games, but not the leaders intentionally slowing that way.
This lap was the perfect example, Joe. Our previous lap, I'll pull it up right here, was a 41.9 out of Ericsson. hit this lap of 41.2. So, I mean, 3/4 of a second, they were slowing themselves up down the straightaway. And actually, here we go. Rodriguez is doing the same thing down the back straightaway now.
Ericsson, who also made up a number of positions in that one huge move that we saw before, finishes the job and takes himself up to the front of the field. Ericsson up 14 positions, Ozzy. Jesper has not allowed that mid-pack start to hinder him.
No, not at all. Jesper Eriksson, our championship leader, mind you, is doing a great job, doing a couple of aggressive moves, not wanting to let that lead slip, and I think that's a good strat. I mean, everybody's fuel saving, but at some point, when are you too caught up on fuel saving? And I agree with what Joey said earlier on. There's never a bad time to fuel save. At the same time, you have to also keep in mind that you're gonna save a couple of laps, okay, but if the cautions are gonna keep coming at this rate, and you have to be betting on that. If we get caution like every 25, 30 laps, then you're just going to have a couple of 10 shorter pit stop. You're not going to have the advantage of being able to go longer and essentially shortening that last pit stop or even saving a full pit stop. So I think Ericsson is going pretty much flat out now, out at the front, just minding his own race and being comfortable in the position he is in. Because as much as it sounds, as weird as it sounds, he is right now in the safest position in the racetrack, which is he's leading, he's not going to have to worry about anyone else in front of him, just clear air in front and doesn't have to mind what anybody else does behind. And if somebody like Rodriguez or Espes chooses to pass him, then that's fine for him, he'll get a free draft.
Jason Wallet here kind of carrying the flag for the UDOX team. They were much stronger last season, I must say, in comparison to what we're seeing around this time. That team still down in 5th position in the team's championship. And is he going to get overtaken? Somebody was looking down to the inside there. Again, that is brave into turn 1, where it's usually very single file in that corner.
Oh, man.
Whoa.
Oh, and there's some contact with the wall. I believe that might have been the 315 car, as him and Mike Grandy are now side by side. Looks like Mike's down to the inside here. He's going to take away 11th, try to slide up here, try to clear this car. And you see kind of the mess that it created behind him. It definitely caused a big stack up when that car got into the wall off of turn number 2.
Trying to see if that damage we initially saw was just had corrected itself and the server re-updated. He's going to go around the outside. Holy cow. Grandy not sitting around, as Athai is unfortunately unable to hold speed up. So maybe he was indeed the one to wind up getting a little bit of damage out of that. Yeah, he's very slow in a straight line. In fact, we're going to go 3 wide with Ortega and Cardamone.
Oh, man, and look at the outside line. It's able to carry some good momentum, and there was really close. Oh, man, it looks like Berengred is just really struggling with the car, maybe knocked some aero pieces off of it when he made contact.
So I'm not seeing any damage on Ty's car at the moment, but he's been very conservative throughout the race. The car's been understeering, and we saw it on the first stint, especially in the early going. And this is still early going in the second stint. So he's been quite conservative. I wonder if he's struggling too much with understeer at the moment. Earlier on, he didn't quite hit the wall, but he had to lift off at the exit of the corner, which is something that you never want to do in order to avoid hitting the wall. And you can just see how, well, once we get a wide shot, you can see how Thijs Barendet is really, really, really not happy with that car at the moment, just dropping a little bit back from the field. And even in a draft, even when you got a 2-wide situation in front of him, even when you got a big clear draft that everybody's trying to save fuel in, he's still sort of kind of hanging in there as opposed to holding it easily and being able to save fuel. So I wonder if that's a setup thing or if he's not quite comfortable enough with the car to change the in-car settings enough to his liking yet, because that car looks understeery and that looks like a bad time behind the wheel of that 315.
This is Tom Dreiling we've been watching. He's sitting behind Michael Chin currently, fighting for 18th position. He's also got Sheridan Wade, who is a lap down behind him. The one I'm interested in among those lap down cars, though, is it looks like we're going to get a bit of a pop out from Dreiling, trying to make a pass, but doesn't have the straight line speed, and he immediately falls backwards. But Cardamone is, wow, how high up is he? He is just behind 10th place right now. I think Jeff has a realistic shot at trying to get his lap back here.
I agree. He's been the one that's been really aggressive in terms of the passing, and here he goes to the inside. He's going to follow some of these cars through, and now that he's kind of made it up into, like, call it the top 5, top 10 of these cars running, all of these drivers, they have a totally different strategy than Jeff Cardamone. They're trying to save fuel. All Jeff is doing is hammer down, trying to get his lap back the hard way. I think that he can do it. It's just that once he gets up there into clean air, as he drifts up into a car, he really got his elbows out there, Joe. That's Mike Grandy, who says, you know what, you're a lap down. You should be yielding to me. And Cardamone says, no, I'm trying to get my lap back.
Yeah, I think, again, that comes down to that risk versus reward. If you're Grandy, is it worth trying to fight this guy this hard? If you're Cardamone, the answer is yes. I need to fight everybody because I need my lap back, or else I'm just trundling around a lap down for 500 miles.
And it's a little bit of a recipe for potentially disaster. So here comes Cardamone. He's going to try to make another pass here in turn 1. He's actually going to get 3 cars because everybody is fuel saving in front of him. And now we're spread out up front for our lead here. You saw 1, 2, 3 taking different lines in turn 2 now.
This is highly unusual for this race. Fuel saving, like I said, always kind of a thing. Just
Prada.
As Prada, yeah, good catch there. He's going to move back to the front. Haven't seen him up at the top in a while.
And
Rodriguez will slot to second.
And Joe, he just passed like 5 cars within the space of a single lap. He was the one who was making a wild move up the inside, made 3 places in the main straight, and then took the rest of 2, took both Rodriguez and Ericsson on the back straight. So Lucas Prada wants to be in the lead.
We're currently on lap 16 of this fuel stint, so the drivers have been out since that last yellow, essentially. Still got a ways to go before they need to pit in against some of them getting awful close to that corner exit on turn 2. That certainly comes up fast. Cardamone, once again, you can see him in the foreground on the left-hand side of your screen, still passing cars, or at least attempting to pass cars, and just about up to the front of the field. Fredrickson continuing to plummet downwards as he's all the way to 9th.
And there's a couple blinking cars out there, too. And, Joe, I saw that, I believe it was Ericsson that got so close to that turn 2 wall that last time. I could have sworn he hit it. And remember, he was out in clean air. So I wonder if maybe Ericsson needs to adjust some of those tools that Ozzy was talking about. Remember, we got the weight jacker that's available, got those front and rear sway bars, but it's all about finding that balance, right? You can't have too much oversteer, you can't have too much understeer, and as the tires goes on, the balance changes in these race cars. A good racing driver will be able to adjust accordingly, so that way they can always drive the car exactly how they want to.
Had an interesting strategy called David Baker just pitted in, and I went and checked. I didn't see him hit anything, at least recently. So I wonder if the 986 is already trying to maybe make a call to separate himself. Unfortunately, he's now going a lap down because of that.
Yeah, David Baker didn't pit earlier when everybody else did pit and got that lap back, and now just essentially had to pit for fuel. I think he was counting on the fact that there's going to be another yellow, which didn't materialize. We got close, but that second yellow never came, so that's why he's on the pit lane right now, or rather was on the pit lane, now exiting.
Watching Lynn Kinchlow. Looks like Lynn's recovered quite well in this 44. Chasing on the back of Nicholas Warfield right now for a top 10 position. We'll get right up close to him. Car looks pretty good in the dirty air, not washing out too much behind that number 340 machine. The real question is, what's it going to look like down the straightaway?
Hooked up nicely, though, in the draft, so see if he can get to the inside going down the back straightaway here. Not quite close enough to really make that move. Schmeier is just maybe half a lane lower there behind Kinchlow, but I think we're into that phase of the tires that if you truly get tucked up behind the car in front of you through one of the corners, it just kicks up so much dirty air on your front wing. It's really tough to keep that front end down on the racetrack.
Darren Batten is well here in 14th position. He's just ahead of Pablo Ortega. Kind of curious what happened to the 318. Remember, he was all the way up fighting for the lead at one point, or at least I recall that being the case but he's fallen down here to the mid-pack once again.
Oh, and Kinchlow getting passed on the outside. He got to the inside of Warfield, but Warfield definitely did not want to give up 10th. So around the outside of turn number 3, Nicholas was able to hang tough and thought that might be able to provide an opportunity for Jeff Schmeier. That's the car that's right behind Lynn, but I think that Schmeier is totally comfortable kind of where he's at, fuel saving a little bit as needed, and maybe if an opportunity presents itself, then Schmeier might poke the nose in.
Both Schmeier and Kinchlow have taken a single win in their majors career, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but you have to understand there's only a scant few drivers that have taken wins. Even in its long history, it's been mostly dominated by Christian Challenger and a couple others who have hogged a good chunk of them. And it is difficult to try and take wins anyways because of the nature of this series. One I'm keeping an eye on is Jason Wallace, who sits in 5th. 0 wins in his majors career, and he's looking very strong so far today, but it's early days. We're only approaching a quarter of the way through. And what really matters is if he's still in that strong position later on.
And I was noticing Jeff Cardamone is starting to fall now. Maybe he just kind of ate up his tires trying to get his lap back the hard way. Looks like Fredrickson is still to the inside here, and that is Jeff Cardamone that he was trying to get by. But we're going to jump straight up to our lead. So Pablo Espez, he's the 3rd car in line. Let's see if he pops to the inside here in turn number 1. No, just more fuel saving opportunity, but really, really wide on entry. That tells me more that the car is starting to fall off a little bit. He's searching for that clean air on the front wing. The driver has to make those adjustments, whether it's on the steering wheel or on the track itself, to make sure the car is handling properly.
Big run from 2nd place Rodriguez, but he's going to lift and decides not to try and overtake Prada. Espez likewise will stay in line. Ericsson catching back up now. So after he was mired in the mid-pack, he's into the top 5. Let's see if he can reel in those podium positions.
Just for reference, right now, these cars up front, they're running pretty flat out. 41.2s is what they're doing. Pablo Espez is really trying to search for some clean air, just kind of taking the middle ground through 1 and 2, and that's going to provide him a great run down the back straightaway. He's going to try to take away 2nd from that 612 car, but they've got the heavy draft off of our leader. Espez clear into 3, and here comes Rodriguez back, so close to contact.
Interesting that the low line Aussie doesn't seem to be as good. That's the 2nd time we've seen a car get pinched down, and despite having a nose ahead, unable to complete the pass.
Yeah, so what's happening here is that the track is evolving constantly. We're now a quarter way throughout this race. Everybody wants to run the low line, so that's going to have more rubber in, and it's also going to have more heat. And it's not a cold day here at Indy. We're at 73 degrees Fahrenheit in terms of ambient temp. Track is at 117 Fahrenheit. So that's well over 40 degrees Celsius in terms of track temps. It's closer to 50, really. And that means that inside line, the racing line is very heated up, and it's gonna lose grip at that point. And people are finding out that just outside the racing line, there's gonna be more grip because the track surface is cooler. And here we can see Esteban Rodriguez, is he gonna be able to use the switch back on the outside? Not quite, but you can just see how they're struggling a little bit on the inside in passing situations, and also being very with these used tires of not understeering to the side of another car, so they're going to lift off a little bit more, playing it a bit safe, and as such on the outside, essentially only thing you have to worry about that is going to be on the right side of you is the wall, so you have more real estate, and as such you can keep a little bit of a shallower steering angle and keep your throttle pin that much more.
Esteban Rodriguez on board with him now that he's given up 2nd place to Espez. We're on lap 27 of this fuel stint. I'm guessing maybe 8 or 9 more laps before they have to come in, since some of those laps were spent under caution with everybody pitting in with that last yellow that we had. Will we get 2 green flag stops here? And actually, I think, Joey, this may have been our longest green flag stint now.
And it's developing into a little bit of a chess game with our top 4. Now, I was noticing Alex Russell in 5th place. Remember, he was our pole sitter, and when we covered that top 6 in qualifying, it was crazy how fast he was. And I've just kind of been keeping an eye on his lap times, and he is hanging out, usually about 3 or 4 tenths behind the top 4. This is the first time that he's really crawled up on Ericsson, so maybe he feels the need to get around. But when I see a car that's just able to stay extremely consistent on the racetrack, that tells me the driver is usually saving a couple cards in his back pocket for later.
I want to give some love to Mike Grandy if we can, because I just realized that car is up from 29th spot on the grid, and he's running in 7th right now. There you can see him out there, and it says independent. One thing that is unique in that team's championship is you're not required to be a part of a team. However, with the cars being so varied and the style of racing being so varied in this series, it behooves you usually to be a part of a team. However, if you are a specialist, you will often see drivers who come in and aren't as frequent in this series that suddenly find themselves hunting for wins.
No, absolutely.
I was just going to jump in here, Ozzy. He's been doing a great job, and I know that you've really been kind of watching and keeping track of a lot of these comers and goers, as they're called, and not only has Grandy gone up 22 positions, but I also see plus 12, plus 13, plus 11 also inside the top 10. There's a lot of these drivers that have kind of vaulted themselves up early.
Yeah, no, it's you're correct. And in Indy, as I mentioned earlier on, it's something that you can absolutely do, because a lot of people are going to be fuel saving. So that opens up opportunities when you suddenly go flat out into the corner, or once you realize that, okay, I'm not going to lift off behind somebody. You're not going to pass one car. You're going to pass 2 or 3 down that straight line in a queue. So making up positions is not difficult here. It's not difficult at all. I mean, I'm not saying that those passes are going to be the most straightforward things. It still requires a lot of bravery going into the corners to go side by side with somebody or go for that lunge or to commit and so on and so forth. But you can make those early gains, absolutely. And the farther back you come from, the easier those gains are going to turn out to be, because there's more cars to pass, and most of the people are going to be on that more conservative strat, as we see Russell here battling it out with Jesper Eriksson for 4th place. And I'm looking at Eriksson, and he's been dropping off a little bit from that lead pack as they just pick up some dust right next to that wall. So that's going to be an interesting thing to watch out for. Are they going to be able to catch back up to Prada, Espes, and Rodriguez, as we have a car into the pit lane, and that would be Mike Grandy.
Yeah, so our driver that was moving pretty quickly is the first to blink on the pit stops. He's got to cross his fingers. We do not get a caution here. Somebody else joining him in behind. And I think that's Kupalo that's now there as we watch Russell. Also, that battle we were watching with Baker, that was with Cardamone. That was for the highest car a lap down. Again, doesn't mean as much without the lucky dog to wave you by. Russell in a bit of a fierce fight, actually, here.
I think that Russell wants clean air. He doesn't want to be separated from those top 3 when it comes to the green flag stops. And Lucas Prada just hit pit road, so when we talk about the dominoes falling out of our front runners, it is officially hit, and there goes Alex Russell around Ericsson into turn 1 as more and more cars stream down pit road. The ones that are going to stay out on the racetrack have fuel saved the most. I've got my eye on that 27, Joe.
Innocente is in. It looks like Monsanto is also pitting in. So a smattering of them, but not all that many. We're still waiting for Espes, Rodriguez, Russell, Ericsson to pit in. In fact, they're coming around to that pit entry right now. Let's see. Nope, they're going to stay out and carry on. One other car looks like they're heading in. That is Lynn Kinchlow.
And Cardamone as well, who is a lap down, is heading into the pit lane at that moment. So we got a queue of cars, Kinchlow and Tom Guest, and then Garen Barron heading the pit lane, Samuel Lawson as well. A lot of cars from that meat pack. Thijs Barendept, who is who hasn't had the best of races so far after starting pretty high up the field, is currently in 20th position, is pitting right now as well. So Thijs down around 10 positions from where he started. Let's hope it gets a little bit better, maybe some adjustments to ward off that understeer.
Prada's still on the lead lap. and will be, as it looks like Espez pits in along with Rodriguez. Russell will stay out. Strauss stays out. Fredrickson as well. But we're seeing more and more cars hit the end of that fuel stint.
I'm telling you, keep an eye on this 27 car, who is our leader right now. This car, Lucas Prada, he was the first of our main leaders to hit pit road, but Alex Russell has stayed out a full lap ahead of everybody else, and his previous lap was a 40.9, the fastest he's done all day long in terms of this stint of tires. As long as he nails pit road entry, he might come out with the lead.
He's definitely leaving it until very late here, and it looks like, yes, he hit the cones at the correct time. Got it down to 60 miles an hour. As we sadly found out for Scott Dixon, it is difficult to try and hit the speed limit at the right time if you're needing to push, and you do need to get every 10th out of it.
Prada's just setting the track on fire right now. I can report that Alex Russell slid through his pit box, had to back it up. It wasn't a huge amount, but that cost you seconds on pit road. All of those laps that he just did to make up that time, now just kind of slipping through the fingers.
Yeah, Prada's going to be by him easily. He could still catch back up if he's got the speed, but he's going to have to do it without the leapfrogging that he was doing before, and just have that raw speed to try and get back to the front. There he is now, entering back onto the straight, while Rodriguez tries to snatch up a little bit of slipstream off of his car.
Yeah, just trying to do whatever he can to kind of leapfrog himself up, because if you look directly in front of Esteban, it is nearly 1 second between himself and Pablo Espez. So if Espez catches that draft off of Lucas and he catches the draft off of Artiga, they might be able to break that slipstream to the other competitors.
Strauss has the most laps this last stint at 37, or did Artega? No, Artega did. Okay, yeah, both of them hit 37 laps that last time. So there's our number to kind of gauge everybody else by, is the most anybody did in that first full green flag stint, or almost full green flag stint. We'll see what everybody else does if this manages to stay green. We're now 61 laps into this race. Prada leads, Espez is second, and Rodriguez runs third.
And you can see that the early pitting, it doesn't necessarily pay dividends out here. Lucas Prada pitted 2 full laps before Pablo Espez and Esteban Rodriguez. And here we are, just kind of grouped up, clumped up together. So we don't see that track position gain based off of the new tires like we do at some of the other tracks.
All right, so now we start to see that train form once again, and I think Russell has caught up with him. Yep, he is going to be the 5th in line. So crisis averted. I'm guessing, Ozzy, that he doesn't want to do that again next pit stop.
No, not at all. I mean, it's so easy to make a mistake on that pit lane. It sounds so simple, like, okay, you break down to a certain speed and then you just hit your pit box. But hitting that big pit box, you're speed blinded at that moment. Like, you're absolutely speed blind. You've been doing well excess of 220, 230 miles an hour the whole stint. Then you suddenly break from something like 50 miles an hour to a dead stop, and you think it's going to be real quick. Well, it's not. Those tires are hot. That pit lane is a little bit bumpier. It's a little bit less grippy than you're used to, and it's so easy to make that little mistake. You miss it by 10 centimeters. Well, guess what? You're going to have to back down and going down the gearbox, and then you have to stop again, and you lose a second or two. Well, that means so much. Imagine how much a car travels in 2 seconds when it's doing 230 miles an hour. That's going to be a lot. And just to give you an idea, this whole lead back that we're seeing, they're within 7/10 of a second. So that's the kind of distance we're talking about. The guys behind it, from Ericsson to Strauss, it's about 2.5 seconds. That's going to be like 200, 300 meters that the car is going to travel just within that space of time. And that means draft or no draft. Mind you, it's about 1.5 seconds from draft to no draft. So if you drop 2 seconds in a pit stop, you don't get that pack. Russell was really close to a disaster, but as you said, crisis averted.
Joey, I see you looking at the lap charts again. Is there anything interesting going on?
Yes, very interesting. It is a scientific fact right now that our leaders are fuel saving. When they are running flat out, they're doing 41 twos, 41 threes if it's a little bit of a sloppy lap. That last lap from our leader, 42.1. And I mean, it was a 42.1 all the way down to Ericsson in 5th place, who has now caught the draft. He did a 41.9. So when these cars are running flat out by themselves, low 41s, let's check it this time around. Fuel save is going to be anything high 41s or 42 second lap. Our leader, oh my gosh, look at this, a 42.9.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that is actually extremely slow up there. So Lucas Prada easing off, managing this race from the front, but nobody behind him is interested in overtaking. So he's pushing the air harder than everybody else, Ozzy. I know you've been kind of examining how all those pit stops went and whatnot and some of the important laps that have gone by. What have you got for us?
Yeah, so maximum fuel stint around 35 laps if you save. That's what Strauss and that's what Arteaga were able to do from around 25 when they went green flag racing to lap 60. Now it's interesting, you mentioned earlier on how different drivers pitted on different laps. Grandi opened up the pitting in lap number 55. Then you got Prada in 56 in that lead pack right now. Cardamone and Thais in 57. Most of them around 57, 58. So you got Espes, Rodriguez, Eriksson, Jason Wallet as well in lap 58. Fredriksson is one I wanna keep an eye on, mind you. He's been quietly doing a semi-solid, considerate race, keeping it very, 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 very consistent and smooth in that 6th place. Oscar Fredriksson, 955. He pitted on lap number 59, as did Russell and Schmeier, and Reiling as well. And as I mentioned, Strauss and Arteaga in lap 60. So you got a 5-lap variation between different drivers who are all in that lead pack that they pitted in. So we're expecting next pit stops. If it continues like this, Grandi can already pit on lap number 90, or he can extend it all the way to lap 95. Whereas Arteaga and Strauss, we're expecting them to pit anywhere between 95 to 100, most likely closer to 100. That's where they want to be. They want to be in pit lane when we hit halfway point. Of course, cautions, they could still change everything, so I guess stay tuned.
Yeah, and interesting to see how big this pack is getting. Also very fascinated by the wide swath of different pit stop laps. You usually don't see that. Look at that through turn 1. I mean, it's almost looking more like a NASCAR race back there, Joey, with everybody kind of racing side by side.
And look here, Matthias Strauss is just going to take the lead. He's just the black car on the inside. He's just going to drive straight by Lucas Prada. And guess what? He has got a 4-lap advantage in terms of fuel and tire over Lucas Prada. So all Lucas is doing is he's been waiting for this opportunity right here, somebody else to go up there and lead the race where he can fuel save. And I say that Lucas himself, a 2-lap disadvantage compared to everybody else. So everybody was just taking advantage of the 577, and the only thing that Lucas could have done other than what he was doing was literally pull over on the side of the racetrack and lift, and hopefully somebody was going to drive by him. Matthias Strauss is a savior.
Yeah, Strauss ran a 41.4 last lap, but that was with him pushing to the front. This is with him up at the front. Let's see if he keeps that pace up as we check in with Lynn Kinchlow a bit behind. Still chopping and diving all throughout the track. Somebody way up high there through turn 4. Thankfully did not smack the wall. And this time by Strauss, a 41.2. So continuing to run decently fast laps. I think Strauss is not going to play these games.
We've seen it a few times. If you're a fan of oval racing and watch NASCAR, there's been a few races where these leaders will go up there and just fuel save and run the pace that they need to and literally force the other competitors to do something different. And that's just an example of what we saw, is that these front runners were running their strategy to their number, which they are allowed to do. And they forced the hand of somebody else. And Strauss is going to be the one to go up there and say, you know what? I've got a tire and fuel advantage. I'll take this charge.
Apparently, Ozzy, you're saying that was Kinchlow that went up high. The main reason I'm concerned is because they do throw marbles out, even in this virtual setting. So I don't know how long he can get away with doing things like that.
Not very long, Joe, and that's the kind of thing like we talked about earlier, how there's more grip on the outside line, which is true, but if you go way outside, then there's also marbles. And those are essentially little balls of rubber that are gonna come out of the tire, that are gonna be very, very hot, and also offer very little grip. And if anyone ever's been bicycling, or rollerblading, or done anything really on tiny little wheels, skateboarding for example, and you've gone over pebbles, little pebbles on tarmac, and you know how slippery those can be and how they can essentially ruin your day in a hurry. Imagine that, but you're on a race car doing 225, 230 miles per hour through the corner, and you hit those little balls of essentially hot rubber that are now lining that smooth racing surface. You're also gonna have a bad time.
Grandy there poking his nose on the inside of Russell, trying to see if he could take 5th place away, and wasn't quite working out as he had to back out of it before he was able to complete the move. Russell will stay in that top 5 for the time being. I was kind of realizing, I didn't notice before, I think Grandy's running a Haas F1 scheme on that car, is he not?
It's very similar. I haven't gotten a true side shot of it, but it's a white car with some red highlights, and you're right, it looks incredibly similar. And actually, here comes Grandy. He's going to look to the inside of Alex Russell. He's going to get 2 cars. It's just this fuel save game. Once Strauss got up front, he was running 41.2s, and oh my goodness, Grandy almost got into the wall off of turn number 3. But I was just going to make the comment that Strauss himself has started a fuel save. The last lap, a 41.5. Let's see what this one is, a 41.7. So now he has started to play the game.
Yeah, Grandy was inches away from the wall. That was very close, and the car was loose on top of it. So he's got to thank his lucky stars that he's still in this race. We're getting closer to that halfway mark, and the Dragon is back again. Strauss, not wanting to tow along anybody anymore, is trying to shake them. I think that is a fool's errand, though.
We're just going to see, look at how much it's stacking up back there, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and I think it's Grandy that's still kind of running that high line. So let me jot down this lap time as they come across the line. Strauss, a 41.8. The fuel games continue, and oh my goodness, look at that move from Alex Russell. Almost contact between him and Rodriguez.
Russell's been kind of gutsy at times here, and I mean, good on him. You kind of need that bravery if you want to try and take a win. Grandy, in the meantime, he has his eyes set on the lead. Here we go, up to the front, 5 cars, just like that. The number 12 is your new top runner.
Let me just remind our viewers here before we go to Joey. Mike Grandy started from 29th position in this race.
He's doing a great job, right, Ozzy? I mean, here comes Strauss back, so we might actually get a little bit of racing because Grandy did a 41.3 that last time by. He might be the one to go up there and say, you know what, enough with these fuel games. Let's actually go race this thing.
Also getting some interesting news from the chat. Pablo Espez apparently is the one who built the IR18 set for the Majors Garage, one of our sponsors. So there you go. Pablo knows what he's doing out there.
Does that name ring a bell? Remember from that Turn IR01 series that iRacing held, he was one of those main open wheel guys, one of the fastest guys week in and week out. So doesn't matter that it's this Dallara IR18 chassis, you put Espez in an open wheel car, he's going to be one of the best on iRacing.
Yes, extremely fast, and glad to see him here competing. They ran in the IR01 last season, just a little bit of a blip due to some unfortunate contractual problems that we had behind the scenes, but now it is back to the traditional Indy car here at Indianapolis as Alex Russell continues to run in 5th behind a swapping lead. Grandy still up at the front, Strauss in behind him, Prada being slotted back into 3rd.
I think that these regular front runners, I'm talking about Prada, Espez, Russell, Rodriguez, the guys running kind of 3rd through 7th, I think that they are okay with Grandy and Strauss out front racing it out because it still allows them to fuel save, but have a good lap time. I'm sure that they wouldn't mind running 42s and really fuel saving, but as long as they have somebody in front of them to tow off of, that's what they want.
Exactly. Just trying to play that long game, make sure that they've got someone to pull them along, stay within the front group. This is a very different Indianapolis 500 compared to 30 years ago, where things were a bit more spread out. But the draft has become so huge in these cars in the past couple decades that now it becomes pack racing for the most part. But Alex Russell, who sits in this 5th spot, is within the pack that he needs to be if he wants to convert that pole position into a win.
Not only has the draft become so strong, but a lot of times with this sim racing, the drivers, they're also the crew chief, they're also the strategist, right? They got a digital spotter out there helping them out, but look at how much the fuel game has come into play here in the sim world with the Indianapolis 500, right? These drivers are out here fuel saving because on paper, they look at the strategy and this is the best option to try to win the race. And we're just getting so many different varieties of racing, varieties of strategy because it's just kind of been peeling back the layers here.
And you mentioned here, Joe, earlier on how it's a very different Indy 500 from 30 years ago. Well, we were doing virtual Indy 500s already 35 years ago. The Papyrus Indianapolis 500, the simulation, was released in 1989. And guess who was the designer and programmer on that one? David Kammer. So it's been a long time, but with iRacing and the people behind iRacing, of course David Kammer being one of the most important ones behind this simulation, they've been doing Indy for a long time, so it's safe to say they know exactly what happens here on this 2.5 mile speedway.
Yeah, and I remember as a kid racing it with a keyboard. And did Grandy just lift or did he brush the wall? Because he gave up the lead back to Strauss. Is now slowed down the back straight. So while Ozzy goes and sees if he actually did contact the wall, he's back to 3rd. Oh, okay. I wondered because it didn't seem like he wanted to give away. Oh, and he's coming in.
Yep.
Interesting.
So that's way ahead of schedule as well. So he last pitted on lap number 55. Now he's pitting on 82. That's 27 laps on the stint because I'm looking at the end of lap 55 for the last pit. And I think damage was picked up heading onto the back straight in that brush with the wall. It was a bit innocent looking, like there wasn't a big bounce or anything. It seemed to be a pretty dead-on contact with both wheels on the right side of the car. At the same time, I'm saying that relatively because innocent contacts and doing 220 miles an hour don't really mix that well, do they?
Watch to see if I could notice any bodywork kind of popping back into place for repairs, and doesn't look like it. Oh, no, wait, no. Grandy has indeed taken his fast repair.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is very early to do such a thing, especially for such a light brush, but I wonder if he knew that had compromised his straight line speed pretty quickly.
Yeah, and so that fast repair, for those confused, what does the fast repair means? Essentially, it means that they all have a spare car in the pit lane. Think of it that way, and you can tick a box when you're heading to the pit lane into the option. As you can see here, heading into turn number 2, just doesn't quite get it turned. I think he was underestimating how much that car was going to push on the outside, and it's a good thing it didn't hook on that Armco barrier as well there, because there's a little bit of a gap between that Armco and the proper concrete safer barrier, and that's Lawson.
Oh, Sam looks like he's made heavy contact, but off of the racing line, so we avoid a 3rd caution of the day. It's the 2nd time we've seen a car limp its way back into pit lane, almost missing one of the wheels. We check in on Jeff Schmeier in the meantime, who I believe finally took his first win earlier this season at the Daytona 500.
These drivers right now, they're starting to get prepared for their next round of pit stops. It's still about some drivers about 8 laps, others about 10 to 12, but it's starting to creep into the mind. They're getting those low fuel warnings. They're going to have to start to make adjustments, make sure they got everything clicked right to fill it on up with fuel, get new tires, and get into that pit stop mode. And this is actually going to be the 2nd pit stop under green flag conditions as we get the replay of what happened to Samuel Lawson. Looks like he just got up wide behind, I believe that was the 940 car. And then heavy impact to the driver's left wall. Thankfully keeps it on the apron down there and doesn't bring out the yellow flag, but he's definitely going to have to use that spare car.
Grandy's pitting again.
Oh no.
Did he grab a speeding penalty at the end of last time?
Not sure. We'll try. You know what? You might be right because his last 2 laps did not count. Oh my goodness. It has gone from bad to worse. A man that looked like he could potentially make this win from an unthinkable 29th position is now going to go multiple laps down.
Such a shame, you know, racing, sometimes it is not very nice, right? It shows you all the presents and invites you under the tree, and then all of a sudden you get kicked to the coals in pit lane.
You know, sometimes I when I think to myself in my dreams of being a race car driver as a child, and I think about what I get to do is enjoy all the great moments here without really many of the downsides. I think I'd pick the right choice.
Yes, and I can tell you for a fact that there are far more lows in racing when they're in very few highs, but those few highs, trust me, they will last a lifetime.
Lynn Kinchlow is in the pits, so another of our front runners. Innocente also has taken his stop a little bit earlier than I thought we would have. A lot of drivers apparently not sipping on fuel like we quite anticipated in this first full stop without a yellow to taking the low line, just following behind Russell, who is going to drift up high, and Thies is coming down.
Oh, and actually, Alex Russell just banged the wall off of turn number 2. So our pole sitter, one of the fastest cars all day, just definitely had some contact. He was following Lucas Prada, just got wide in turn number 1, and hopefully, you know, it's not any worse off, and it's actually going to be coming up to a pit stop here relatively soon. And actually, Lucas Prada hits pit lane now.
Russell stays out, so maybe he's just going to feel it out, make sure that it's still got the straight line speed, and then deal with it once he needs it or has his scheduled pit stop. Prada looking for his pit stall. Anybody else from that front group in? Looks like Tom Guest pits, Garen Batten, but I think they were outside of the top 10 at the time that they pitted. So let's watch and see now what develops out of this one. Strauss leads, Espes second, Rodriguez third. Russell, with a question mark over his head on what condition the car is in, sits fourth.
And I already notice a difference in how Alex is approaching the driving line in 3 and 4. He was much wider on most of these entries, and he's definitely crowding it now, making sure he gets the front end of the car turned all the way down to the apex as Pablo Espes is trying to hunt down our lead, and with 32 laps on his tires, he might be going for it here soon and then be dipping to pit lane.
Warfield and Cardamone also pitted in. Prada back onto the back stretch here as we watch Espes try and follow in the slipstream. Will either of them be pitting in this time? Lap 32 for Pablo Espes. Probably going to be just a bit too long into the stint to carry on from here, or maybe I'll be proven wrong as he stays out while Strauss goes in.
This is very odd. A lap 30 for Strauss, and unless he was running a completely different fuel map altogether, that is very early.
Wonder if they're trying to break it up into even stints to the end. If some of these.
Even if you try that, Joe, it doesn't make sense mathematically. I get that, but you gotta run what you got.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. I think it makes more sense to go as long as you can to leave the door open rather than try to save time by having a little less fuel each pit stop. So I don't know, as Russell stays out, but behind him it looks like Espes is pitting.
And that is right on the mark for Espes. About 33 laps for his first green flag stint, 33 laps for his second green flag stint. Esteban Rodriguez going 34, and then that number 27, Alex Russell. I think he's going to go another +2 from where we're at.
So where is Strauss over Prada? Looks like Prada's going to be within his slipstream now that they've come back out, running 12th and 13th, but they should re-inherit the lead here unless some of these drivers who are going long do manage to undercut them. Rodriguez, who was our new leader, is pitting in just now. Russell carries on one more lap.
And this is exactly what Russell needs to do. Is Strauss is coming out of turn number 2 right now, and Alex Russell is pretty much a full straightaway, almost an entire lap ahead, as we see Esteban Rodriguez, Oscar Fredrickson, Jeff Schmeier all come to a stop in their pit box. But Alex Russell, as long as he's able to add +1 lap every single fuel stint, what that does, his very last time that he has to come down pit road and fill up with fuel, it is going to be a shorter fill time than everybody else. And look at this, he's going to extend it another lap, just putting him in an even better position down the road.
This is impressive. Rodriguez has to pit in, so he's done with that one. Ortega and Dreiling, the last two that are staying out with Russell. Ozzy, you sound like you have some info on Strauss and some of his strategy. What's going on?
Yeah, so essentially why he is pitting, he lost the draft. So he lost his drafting partners from pitting. He was running in front of Espes, and Espes was showing no interest in overtaking at all, and running behind Kinchlow, who was a little bit unsure as in terms of what is his pace. Strauss was a bit unsure about Kinchlow's pace, and he was providing draft to Espes. So what Strauss was thinking there is, I pit now, and I don't help Espes anymore. I'm going on different strat, sir, but he thinks he can afford it. So only reason I can think of is that he was getting no assistance, and he was worried that he's gonna lose time on this pit stop sequence when everybody else is drafting and he is not.
Russell tried, and he missed his pit stall big time this time. Under green flag conditions, Russell is gonna massively lose out. I think it's a question mark on whether or not he can actually get out with that front group. He's back out. He went 35 to 36 laps on that stint.
I think that he's got plenty of speed. He's already exiting turn 1, so I think that even if he doesn't catch the tail end of this pack, he'll be able to catch him just with the natural speed the 27 car has. I mean, he's coming out behind a few cars already, so I think that the 27 is in good shape. I understand it's not the track position that Russell wants, but when it comes to the fuel game, look at how much of an advantage he has versus every 6 laps advantage.
Oh, Russell is pitting again. He took a penalty on the pit exit.
Yep. I actually think it was on pit entry, Ozzy. I watched him coming in and he locked him up hard.
Nope.
So this, was it on exit?
Yeah, it was on exit because otherwise the penalty would have come during the pit stop, not after it.
Copy.
So, again, that's the second front runner we've seen fall victim to that. And actually, what happened to Grandy since then? He's still a lap down, unfortunately, but only 1 lap down. However, it's been proving extremely hard to try and get those laps back. Espes behind Rodriguez up at the front of this group. Strauss, is he once again going to zip his way around them and try to lead this race, or is he going to see if he can save some fuel?
All interesting here. 42.1 was the last lap time, so definitely in full fuel saving mode when it comes to the data and what they're capable of running. And I can report to you that you'll see a car coming out of pit lane. That is the 27 car, your pole sitter, now a full lap down.
Wow. The developments in this race have been absolutely fascinating, and it just goes to show, even though it is a simulation of the big race, this Speedway 500, just like the real one, punishes the smallest of mistakes in huge ways. You have to be perfect to get wins here.
What's going to be really interesting is look at Alex Russell. These cars are fuel saving. Our leaders are fuel saving, a 42.3. Alex just did an over-under in turn number 2. How often do you say that at Indianapolis Motor Speedway? He's to the inside. I have a feeling he's going to be the one to get his lap back the hard way.
All right, let's keep an eye on that as this race goes on. He's got a little over 100 laps to try and do it. And who knows, we haven't seen a caution since those first 2 in this race. So knocking on wood, but it has been going green for quite some time now. Will we get more, especially later on in the race where they frequently will crop up close to the finish?
Get shots of Lynn Kinchlow here running in the 8th place, and I believe that's Jeff Cardamone directly in front of Lynn here. So actually, no, that's Rob Courtney. My mistake. A very similar paint scheme on that white car, but Lynn Kinchlow, the caboose on the draft train right now.
Indeed. Kinch probably doesn't want to get too separated there. And yeah, Rob decides, this isn't my fight. I'm going to let him go because he probably wants to stick with that main group. And we hit the halfway mark officially now. 100 out of these 200 laps with 30 cars still running. Lawson and Henderson, the only two out. Wade, who we had reported retired earlier, managed to get back in after repairs, but he's 11 laps down from the leaders.
And as we watch Nicholas Warfield here, he's not really on an alternate strategy in comparison to our leaders. There's just about 3.5 seconds of track position difference here. So unless a yellow flag falls, this group of drivers is definitely going to have to get a move on if they want to catch that top 8.
Watching them snake back and forth here down the main straight towards turn 1. How many do we have in this top group? Is Fredrickson's joined them now? So yeah, Fredrickson, so 8 cars that are in the main group. Kind of, I mean, we compared it to super speedway racing on the NASCAR side. If you're in that front group, you've got a realistic shot at the win, it seems. But this could all change around quite quickly as Kinchlow's now making moves. He's going to go by Schmeier down to the inside of turn 3, but he washes up a bit high and almost brushes the wall.
I think that he might have actually got into the wall, and here comes Schmeier now back down to the inside. So Lynn Kinchlow's got to be careful. He keeps his foot down and keeps the position, so Schmeier's not going to fight it too much, and actually it's going to be Oscar Fredrickson trying to take advantage. But we've seen a few cars get away with it, tapping the wall. We've seen others come back with heavy damage and have to come down pit road. It seems like Lynn might have gotten away with it.
So here's a question for you, Joey. If you were in the car, when do you start trying to think backwards on the fuel strategy? Is it the final stop? Or do you try to go earlier? Is almost up into the side there. That was Kinchlow and Russell. Russell a lap down, and Lynn had to get out of it big time.
It's an interesting dynamic of what we just saw because Kinchlow is on the lead lap, so I think he's expecting the lap down car to give way when he gets down to the inside, but Alex Russell is trying to get his lap back, so that is not on his agenda. But when you talk about counting backwards when it comes to the strategy, that's really tough here at Indianapolis. I want to at least get another 20 laps in before we start thinking about that. And for numbers' sake, if we stay green to the end, we've seen cars stretch at 35 laps. So what is that? About 165 is the drop-dead number if you want to be the first car to hit pit road.
Will we get an Alexander Rossi moment out there on that fuel strategy? Is someone going to work together with their teammate to go that extra bit longer and be able to save a fuel stop towards the end of this one? Quarter of a second ahead for Strauss right now, but Rodriguez easily holding him in check up at the front as we look at Warfield now catching the back of this group a bit. He's got the rock and the river of Rob Courtney in front of him to play as the stepping stone if he wants to try and catch them. So he will pull a bit of slipstream, not from Fredrickson, but from one of our lapped cars.
You got my brain going with the strategies and counting backwards. I had to do the math over here, Joe, and I don't think that our lead group can make it to a point that they can two-stop it from here. Our leader, Strauss, right? You would have to do another 20-plus laps to make it to lap 130, where it'd be 35 laps. So it's actually an interesting situation that the whole lead group is in, and it's probably why they're trying to fuel save as much as they are.
Yeah, last lap for Strauss was a 41.8, so he's not going full tilt, but he's also not full fuel save, it seems, at this stage. just kind of easing up a little bit and allowing Rodriguez and Espes to hold on to the back of him there, Ozzy.
Yeah, and speaking of Strauss, they're in the lead. So, I mentioned earlier, the reason he most likely pitted a little bit earlier was because he wanted to essentially get himself into a good bit of draft, not wanting to run in clear air, not wanting to lose time behind Kinchlow potentially either, and not wanting to give SPS the free draft. So he pitted a little bit earlier off schedule. Now he's back and he's been leading this stint so far in clear air, not getting any draft. So I mean, positionally it went well for him, but other than that, he probably would rather be in a position where, let's say, Lucas Prada is on that draft train right now, or Jesper Eriksson, for example, 4th or 5th, not leading it away.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, let's see who can keep track of all that, who is running solo, who's got someone in the box to help them figure out all that strategy towards the end of this race, and also who's got the car set up right towards the end to be able to try and fight for that win with so many viable. Kinchlow, this time he's going to lose a spot, I think, to Jeff Schmeier, who manages to sneak underneath him. Nope, Schmeier's going to lift.
Schmeier's been playing pretty nice back there, and I think that Kinchlow is probably getting pretty frustrated with Russell. He slid up the racetrack a couple times to try to take away the position, but Russell is holding tough, and he knows what kind of car he's got underneath him, and just a very interesting dynamic of lead lap versus lap down that has a ton of speed, and also cars fuel saving in the mix of it. If you ask me, it's kind of a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. By the way, the car that we've been kind of seeing pitting off strategy, David Baker, he's on lap 33 right now, so expect the 986 to pit in. He's the one that needs a caution right this second, basically, to be able to stay on the lead lap and get back on the strategy with the leaders.
I tell you what, Kinchlow is not leaving much room for anybody on the racetrack at all. He got the elbows out with Ericsson going there into turn number 1. So I think that Lynn Kinchlow, up 2 positions from where he started, he says he wants some clean air and is going to do whatever it takes to get there.
Try his darndest as we watch the lead pack once again come around. Baker running in 12th, who I mentioned a little bit earlier, but he pits in this time by. You can see him in the background ducking down the lane. So another bit of disappointment as last yellow flag, he essentially needed them to get another one, and none has been forthcoming for nearly 80 laps.
Kinchlow once again looking to the inside. Oh, and see, he's just got to be careful. Sometimes you have to reel in that aggression. Just because the door is open doesn't mean you necessarily have to step your foot all the way through it. And it can be a tough lesson to learn at points, but I have a feeling if this number 44 just kind of takes a little bit of a breath, he might find himself better opportunities.
That's a good point. And let's see if he can just kind of hold back for a bit, set himself up for those as they get a little side by side, I think, with Russell and Kinchlow down into turn 1 again, then decides to back out of it, out of turn 2. Russell might have a run on the car in front, and I think Fredrickson may have brushed the wall there.
I think we're going to have to leave it to our wall analyst, Ozzy, behind the scenes to make sure that he did, in fact, touch that wall coming out of turn 2.
I can confirm that the wall has been touched.
There you go,
Can you show us on the chart where the wall has been
So, Mr. Fredrickson, I want you to tear down that wall.
Rodriguez is still remaining in second place. Strauss leading him. Happy to be up at the front. Let's see what the laps are looking like now for Strauss. Yeah, still 41.8. Very, very consistent, actually. So Matthias is definitely running to a number here, but is also happy, I think, it looks like, with him being at the front of this group. We'll have to watch and see what happens when we get around to the next set of pit stops, what that is going to do to his strategy. We're still at about 23 cars left on the lead lap, and actually Baker's still on the lead lap.
And Kinchlow just pitted. Hinslow is coming into the pit. He brushed the wall at the exit of turn number 2, and he is now coming into the pit lane at the end of lap number 30. And looks like he was just about to stop on time for the speed limit.
He sped though. I think he sped. He sped it back up, and it didn't. He must not have hit the button correctly. I think we're going to see a penalty for the 44.
It might be.
I'm going to jump in here,
speed.
Ozzy.
Okay.
Like, even if he tapped the wall, this is just terrible timing for the strategy calls. Even if he can run it green flag to the end, he's going to be 15 laps shy of making it on 2 stops.
I am corrected. Kinchlow did not have a penalty there. I thought for sure he was about 69 miles an hour there, so he should have. I thought he would have a penalty.
Well, Joe, what happened there is Kinchlow was being a wily old fox, essentially, in that when he sped up, he slowed down immediately, braked immediately to about 25-30 miles an hour. And what that's going to do is bring the average speed down, because the speed is calculated in the pit lane by average speed between essentially invisible sectors that you have on pit lane. So the pit lane is divided into multiple invisible sectors. And if you exceed the speed limit in any of those sectors, you're going to get a penalty. But what he did when he slowed down so much immediately was able to bring the average speed down quickly enough so that he didn't get the penalty.
Interesting. Like you said, very clever way around it for that one. And as we watch Fredriksson around turn 2 past the hotel onto the main straight, yes, we do see some of those brushes of smoke. That is a sort of netcode thing that we're seeing there hitting the wall, so cars don't necessarily grab it. It's the server just being ever so slightly off before it reports back what actually happened.
Speaking of, I don't know if your brain works the same way, but whenever I'm racing the car, you not only get the little puffs of netcode smoke, but occasionally you'll get the sound of a car like tapping the wall behind you. Have you ever had that happen, Joe? It's so distracting to me, and it throws me off my rhythm all the time.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. You kind of hope that maybe they're going to fall off of you, but it doesn't seem to happen as we check in on Jason Wallet. Haven't talked about him a whole lot. And then looking back behind him at McCrelly as well. Looks like, wow, McCrelly's up 17 positions. That is an excellent run here for the 614 car. Started this in 30th, which is the second to last row. Now, in real life, the metric that they always like to bring up is that nobody has won from the back row of the Indy 500 yet.
I think we're going to have to leave that up to our inspector about the SimRacing Indy 500. You think it's happened there yet, Joe?
You know, I'd have to check the stats. Usually we have Mike Willett, who helps run these things in the chat. So, Mike, if you're around, if you could go and run down for us and see if anybody's won from the last row.
That's going to be a deep list to go through, as Daniel Ferguson here in 15th is starting to make his way up, and I believe that he's one of these cars. No, I'm sorry, Daniel Ferguson has actually dropped 10 positions from where he started, and Barendret is going to lead a pack of cars down pit road. Our leader is still about 5 to 8 laps away from coming down pit road.
Yeah, they're on lap 27 of this stint. Manzato pitting in, looks like Innocente also ties in the 315 is going to be pitting as Lynn carries on, and Lynn is on the lead lap for what it's worth. He's got Strauss behind him there. Yeah, you can see in the background. That's how close it is. He can't allow them to catch up because Strauss could try and trap him a lap down.
I've been running numbers here. Strauss, all this stuff is very interesting. I think the one that stands out to me is still the car that's a lap down that's in this lead pack, the number 27 of Russell, because he's, 3-4 laps to the good compared to everybody else. He technically could make it on 2 more stops if he stretches this stint right here.
I wonder if maybe that's the thought process on this one, is because, yeah, now that I think about it, his early stop kind of works as, just starting it backwards a bit, and it just makes him vulnerable for the remainder of the race.
Correct. He doesn't want to be a lap down. He didn't plan to be a lap down, but it might roll into his favor. Maybe. We'll see.
He needs the yellows to fall at the right time for it to work. If we get any more after this, we'll see if we do, because so far we've remained green since lap, I think it was 25 or so, that we had the last caution end and the cars take off. Let's see if anybody in the front group pits in this time, and the answer is no. Even though we're hitting lap 28, 29 for some of them, they are going to stay out.
And yeah, I think the more that I look at this, Alex Russell's strategy being a full lap down, he can make it a guaranteed 10 laps from right here, which would put him on a 2-stop strategy. Now, the cars that we're watching with David Baker and everybody, they just came down pit road, so they're on a completely different strategy altogether. Same with McCrelly back here, who just came down pit road. A few differing strategies probably in the back half of the field. Everybody inside the top 10 kind of still on the same thing, with a few laps differing between the cars.
Thought I saw somebody head in. Yeah, that was Warfield.
Yeah, and I was just about to mention how JD McHaley in our chat, of course, over there in GSRC YouTube channel mentioned, you all keep your eye on the 340. Well, the 340 just made it to the pit lane.
Okay. I've been keeping my eye on Ortega, because he has, I believe, the most laps of anybody, went the longest in that last stint. No, Tom Dreiling actually might be with him on that strategy. Yeah, Tom Dreiling's just up the road. So Dreiling and Ortega are about 7 to 9 seconds behind the leaders, but they're on lap 28 of their stint. Now, theoretically, they could maybe try and get this to lap 130.
And here's Strauss, and he's bringing a bunch of cars as well. I see Tom Guest involved. I think Garen Batten is also coming down. So the dominoes starting to fall. And just for everybody's knowledge sake, you cannot make it on 2 stops from here. You're going to be about 6 laps shy.
Yeah, they need to get to that magic number of 130. That's if it goes green. Now, if we get a caution, as they always say, that changes everything. So we will have to keep our eyes peeled and stay on our toes, much like these drivers, because it is an ever-evolving race, this one, which is, it seems like seeing a bit of cloud cover. It does look a little bit darker, and it has cooled down to about 114 Fahrenheit, so about 3 degrees cooler than what we saw earlier on.
But what has turned up is the lap times. Look at them. Pablo Espes, our leader. You can tell it is time to run flat out 40.9 that last time around. And when they were doing fuel save, it was what, 41.8 or so? So a full second faster, this 171 has got it turned up.
By the way, Dreiling now lap 30, and we're on lap 125 of the race. So if he can make 35 laps in this stint, Tom Dreiling is hit that number, but it'll be tight because he's going to have to hit it twice again. Granted, I still think that'll be plenty for him to be ahead of the other drivers who will need to make the splash and dash.
Let's see here, it's the 31 laps for Dreiling. Yeah, you have to stretch it as far as you can, and I think with the trend that we've been seeing with the green flag, and here's Schmeier actually kind of getting a little bit more aggressive on the racetrack, down low here in 3 and 4, is going to stay side by side. Now tucked back in line. That was a little bit more what I've seen out of Schmeier. If it doesn't happen in the first half of the corner, it's okay. There's no need to risk it on the back half. But what I was about to say, you need to get to 130. The further you can stretch it towards 130, the better off you are.
Espes is in. Looks like Chin pits. So a couple more that couldn't quite get to that magic number. Matthias Strauss is back out, but he's running in 11th, and he is... that make that 9th position, I think. No, excuse me, I was looking at the wrong car. 12th position, so he is on the lead lap. Didn't lose his lap in that one. You usually have to be up with the lead pack in order not to lose your lap if you pit ahead of your rivals.
This is Matthias Strauss right on the back here of David Baker. So I think that David Baker is pretty fresh on tires. No, I take that back. It's actually Strauss that's got the much fresher tires, but they're both a little bit kind of differing in terms of the strategy and Curious to see if these cars are fuel saving at all. David Baker, a 41.0 that last time by, so it doesn't look like it.
And it looks like Dreiling and Ortega still staying out. Fredrickson coming up to the entry here soon. He's our new leader. Schmeier behind him by about half a second. Is this it for him? No, he's got one more lap in it, he says. So does Schmeier. Dreiling also going to stay out. Dreiling on to lap 34 now. Fredrickson and Schmeier on to lap 35.
And you have to make it 35 laps on a fuel stint in order to get it on 2 stops from lap number 130. It only works if you can do 35 laps, which most of these cars have shown that they are, but this stop right here, there's a lot of cars pitting 30, 31, 32 laps in, which is telling me if they're running a different map that 2 stops might not even be on the strategy page at all for these cars.
Fredrickson is pitting in. He's right on the cusp. It's going to be close whether or not he and Schmeier can make it. Dreiling, though, is also pitting in. He only went 34 laps. Interesting.
Everybody's got a different idea. Now, I'm just only running off of what I've got jotted down on the piece of paper. And this is the car that, Joe, you said you were watching. Artiga now out there on the racetrack, leading the way, might even go another lap longer.
Ah, he did. Yeah, he carried on while his rivals pitted in. So this is what I was more expecting, not just to hit lap 129 and say that's close enough, but to try and give yourself that buffer. Make sure that you don't run out on that final lap. And he is going to pit in now at the end of lap 130.
So everything has now kind of cycled to completion with Artiga down pit road. Espes is going to regain the lead down the front straightaway here. Lucas Prada now is going to cycle into second. Esteban Rodriguez, Jesper Eriksson, David Baker, Strauss, and Kinchlow. Those are your top 8 all within this draft group as Tom Dreiling back here, 20th place, right on the back of, I believe that's Manzato.
Yep, so that's those two fighting for position. I think they both have pitted as well. And yeah, Manzato a number of laps ago. Now I'm remembering that about 12 laps ago, whereas Dreiling on slightly fresher tires now going to be able to ease on past him, see if he can take off down the road. Chin, in the meantime, is currently sitting in 11th with a bit of distance up to Jeff Schmeier, so he needs quite a bit of speed to catch up to those top 10. Now, what does our lead pack look like? Is that spread out?
It's not too spread out, and actually the one surprise in the strategy card that I saw was, I've said his name too many times today, is Alex Russell in this 27. He cashed in on that early fuel stop savings, and he's right up here with the lead group again, kind of within the top 3, but still 1 lap down.
So here is that front group now, going all the way down, looks like to Fredrickson. And no, Schmeier is starting to catch up. Okay, so Schmeier is going to be the tail of that train before it gets to the 3 seconds back for Michael Chin. But we see a number of drivers that are probably not going to make it unless we get a yellow, or they can do some kind of massive fuel saving in this train, which you imagine many of them are going to try and do that. Next number to watch out for, lap 165, is where we think most will be able to at least make it if they fuel save normally on a 35 lap stint.
And the whole key to that there is that if you are able to make it to 130, you should be able to make it to 165, no problem. However, if you were one of the cars that came down at, let's say, 128 or so, you might have to fuel save a little bit more in this stint to make it to that magic number. But already up front, the fuel saving gains, 41 sevens, 41 eights. And we haven't mentioned this. It might be the cars running flat out at this pace, just in a different fuel map to save the fuel.
All right, watching somebody come up the inside there. I was trying to figure out who that was that we saw. Is that Lynn Kinchlow? Oh, think Kinch just had a bit of contact with Russell. This time, though, it was Russell coming up behind him.
You had it right the first time. Kinchlow and another car came in to turn 3 just with their hair on fire. And I'll give credit to Kinch because he did leave a lane for Russell. It looked like he was sliding up into him, but was able to leave a lane at the last second.
Okay, so as they carry on down the back stretch now, this front group just riding along, trying to coast and see how they can handle things to the end, managing all that fuel saving. We are down to 23 cars left on the lead lap. Kupalo is the last car on the lead lap. Russell, the first one a lap down, who is, looks like about 6th in line in this group, has been wanting, most likely, to get back onto the lead lap, but no dice quite yet. Russell having pitted 5 laps ago.
Just kind of see Lucas Prada here is going to use David Baker for everything that he's worth. I mean, he has to, and Lucas has been able to kind of crawl back some of those fuel savings that he dug a hole for himself in earlier when he was the car leading the pack, but he's now down to only 1 lap difference between himself and Pablo Espes right behind him. But actually, the car that might be looking the best is that car of the 612, Esteban Rodriguez, who's got a 2-lap advantage to Lucas Prada. And I only say that because when it comes down to that final fill, it's going to be less time stopped on pit road. It is far easier to pass a car when they are stopped than on the racetrack.
No, absolutely. You're right, Joey. And it's something that even though these stops in Indy are quick, you are correct in that it's much easier to make that time or even break a toe if you manage to combine a shorter pit stop with a quicker pit stop overall. In that if you're able to optimize your pit entry, optimize your pit exit, which is not the easiest thing to do here. That pit exit lane is not cambered as much and it's very narrow. So if you're able to combine those with a pit stop that is, for example, half a second quicker, then you can easily break a toe. And what that means is that you don't have to worry about the guy behind so much anymore. And you're making them utilize resources and having to essentially go at breakneck speeds to catch back up to a toe, if that's even possible. Because it's very, very difficult to essentially catch up to somebody in a vacuum. The 2 cars are going to run at around the same speed. So it's very difficult to catch up to somebody without the draft.
We're watching Nicholas Warfield here, who's hanging out in 8th place. He's actually got Oscar Fredrickson behind. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. I believe this might be for Barendrecht. Yeah, the number 3.
Rob Courtney.
Yes, both the 2 cars involved here, and I believe this is coming out of turn number 4. So talk about throwing a curveball in the middle of the strategy for everybody. I only see the 2 cars involved, and Barendrecht is going to continue on while the other car coming down pit lane, Ozzy.
Yeah, there was a 3rd car involved. So it started with Barendrecht and Tom Dreiling, as you can see here. Tom Dreiling is going to be behind Thijs Barendrecht. And Thijs is going to go wide on turn 3, hit the wall, and that's going to slow him down. Dreiling has nowhere to go, essentially hits him too. And then Thijs is going to spin around, and that's where we enter the 3rd car into the picture. That is Rob Courtney, just again, nowhere to go, hitting the side of Thijs, and that's going to bring the caution out. So very unfortunate for Rob Courtney, who essentially only saw Thijs spinning too late, wasn't able to avoid, and even if he was able to go around the outside, there wouldn't have been the room anymore.
That's exactly what happened, just a car getting out wide, but look at what is now going to happen. All of the leaders coming down pit road. The one that stayed out on the racetrack was Alex Russell. He wants to get his lap back, but this is going to reset the strategy card. So you come down, you fill up with gas right here, take a full set of brand new tires, and that will mean only 1 stop from here on out, even if we're green flag. It puts everybody on the same playing field.
It does. Oh, and Esteban Rodriguez just missed his pit spot badly. So that's going to cost him at least 2 to 3 seconds. And that's going to cost even more because everybody's under a yellow flag situation. The pace car is out of track and he's going to lose a lot of track position over that, dropping all the way down to 6th place in that queue.
So unfortunate. I always say, don't beat
Well,
yourself. And a lot of times on pit road, you don't practice on pit road. You know, you're out there turning laps, and that's what you're focused on. And it is so easy to beat yourself by sliding through the pit box or just making a simple mistake like that, like Esteban Rodriguez just did. But this is the saving grace for that number 27 car. He's the one that's directly behind the pace car. He'll get waved around and get back on the lead lap. So our pole sitter and one of the fastest cars all day finally gets his lifeline. And it looks like, Ozzy, we had 2 cars that did not come down pit road. That includes Daniel Ferguson in the number 16. He's got 12 laps on his tires. And then Pablo Artiga, only 9 laps on the tires of the 318.
yeah, so that's gonna be very intriguing. I mean, we had more cars that didn't pit, obviously, but those are not a lap down. They have a reason not to pit. But there's cars on lead lap. Daniel Ferguson and Pablo Arteaga are both betting on the fact that this caution will be enough fuel saving for them to still make it with a one stop from here to the end. And that's why they did not pit. They're gonna have tires that have gone through a heat cycle at this point, but they're also going to have lighter cars, and crucially, they're going to have track position. So I'm willing to bet that neither Arteaga nor Ferguson are going to be lifting from here on out. Even if they potentially, especially in Ferguson's case, need to save just a splash of fuel, they're not going to be doing it from early on. They want track position, and they want to run fast, and they want to run clean at the front, then make their last pit stop early, and betting on their strategy working out. And you know what? It's not too bad of a plan if you look at their track positions. Because Daniel Ferguson, for example, when we ran under green, he was down in 16th place. Arteaga was way down as well. Now they're 1 and 2.
I think that this is an excellent strategy option for Artiga. I don't know if Daniel Ferguson can make it, but just based off of the math, Pablo Artiga was buried in terms of the track position, and now he's way up there towards the front in clean air and on a strategy that he can still make it on one stop from here on out. But the lights are out on the safety car, which means it will be diving down to pit road. The field is in the hands of the number 16, which is Daniel Ferguson, all the way up along the wall. He's going to look towards Barney to wave that green flag. He's already standing on the gas. Green flag again here at Indianapolis, and a huge hole shot there for the 16 of Daniel Ferguson. Pablo Artiga is going to follow him through turns number 1 and 2, but they've almost got a full second before we reach the 577 of Lucas Prada, and that's where things get really busy as they're side by side out of 2.
Yeah, and Lucas Prada made that move very early on, past Ian Patience, who's a lap down, and that's going to be followed on by Pablo Espes heading into turn number 3. So now it's going to be interesting to see who's going to form that lead back. And this is Jesper Eriksson. Oh, and there's a hit in the wall further back, and that is going to bring the caution out as well. We have caution out there on the racetrack. That's going to be Nicholas Warfield, car number 340, stranded in the middle of turn number 4. Well, we said that watch out for 340. I don't think they meant it that way.
And you know, there was another car that was involved in this one. I believe it was Sheridan Wade, but he is well down the order, and he was an innocent bystander. And it's kind of eerily similar to what we saw out of Bandrek, where he just got wide up there in turn 3 and then clout the wall. And from there, it's just a chain reaction after that. But Joe, we had a yellow flag that evened the playing field in terms of the strategy on the track. And we're going to take a look at this replay of exactly what happened to Warfield.
Yeah, also Innocente and Cardamone had their separate incident. Once again, we had 2 different wrecks happening elsewhere. Yeah, unfortunately, hard to avoid the car when they get slow. People don't realize how quickly you come upon anything in front of you when you're doing about 220 miles an hour. So your reaction times have to be quick and precise, and oftentimes you just don't have the time to try and get out of the way.
So you were pretty high and mighty on this car right here, Joe, the 318 of Pablo Artiga. And just based off of that fuel strategy, he was looking really good, and he was one of the cars that decided not to come down pit road because his strategy allowed him to make it one stop from here on out. And here he is sitting towards the front. Looks like we're going to get a quick replay of what happened afterwards, though, Ozzy.
Yeah, so Christian Innocente there just essentially clouded to the inside wall at turn number 3, and that was before the incident, so that was around the same time Christian Innocente involved in a separate incident and gonna get just squeezing another car between himself and the wall and gonna bounce to the inside wall as a result of that, and that is an interesting way to park it to the pit lane.
I don't think that's standard positioning. Not sure how he wound up there, but yeah, I mean, I guess befitting that he was an innocent victim on that one, just kind of at the wrong place at the wrong time. But go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, Jeff Cardamone was the other car involved in that incident.
Just car bouncing into them, unfortunately. Well, yeah, the 318, I still think his call was a good one because now he's got excellent track position. Maybe he doesn't have the outright speed, but he's no longer down in the thick of the pack. Yes, maybe a lot of the others are able to make it on one more stop like he is, but at least he's got a better shot. Ferguson, I'd say the same thing at this stage because there's only 3 laps difference between himself and Pablo. So Daniel's probably saved enough at this stage that I think he should be able to do it on one more stop as well. But it'll all depend on where these cautions fall to determine who is going to do what come the end of this race. I think McCrelly is going to go a lap down, it looks like, while he's in pit lane, which means Ties is the last car on the lead lap. Now, what happened with Russell here? Where did he go?
So he's sitting back in 17th right now. He got his lap back on the previous yellow. But this is where things are going to get tough for him, where we've seen the fuel strategy of the saving game all race long. He's not going to have the benefit of those leaders stacked up anymore. Everybody's going to be running their pace because they can easily make it on one stop from here. So just flat out, there's no need for the front leaders to fuel save. Alex Russell is going to have to make all of these passes based on speed, pace alone.
And I wouldn't put it past him. He's in 17th. So we could see him be able to leapfrog a few. It's just, I think it's more now a question, Joey, of can he do so while also staying out of trouble? We've seen in situations where drivers don't want to give it away, will fight you for it. And that's where the danger starts to come in. So he's got to be brave, but he's got to be smart about it because we still have more than a quarter of the race left.
This racetrack does not hand out Band-Aids. It only hands out ambulance rides. So, yeah, you have to be careful. And we have seen cars that have drifted up wide. And if you drift up too wide, it doesn't matter which corner you're in here, you're going to find yourself in a wall. It's always open on entry. It closes quickly on exit.
Yep, it's quite the narrow track as the pace car is in. Ferguson given control of the field. He decides to go. Ortega left behind just a little bit, but Prada, one of those drivers that has been leading for much of the race, is actually separated, it looks like, as they got a lap car between them in the form of Mike Golightly.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a wild card here, and Prada gets an excellent run off of turn number 1. Really has to lift off of the gas through turn 2, not to run over Golightly. And now we're going to see, is it going to be a draft or is it going to be a fuel game? Golightly, the lapped car, is going to look to the inside of Artiga. He's going to slide up the racetrack. We might even get 3 wide here in turn 4.
Pablo trying to play this one smart here. Caught on the outside. This is going to give a shot to Prada. But now, nope, Prada is the one that's left out to dry because he has no slipstream while those up on the high side are all able to pull. Pablo now going to try and fight back on the lapped car of Golightly. And that's going to open up the outside line once again with this time Pablo Espez.
I think that the outside line carries a little bit more authority, especially on corner exit. And here goes Espez. He's going to look to the inside of Golightly. So the lapped car that is right in the middle of things is hanging out on the top side of the racetrack now. Lets Espez by.
And in all of this, Watch Ferguson up the road, 1.3 seconds away from them. This fighting has actually helped him out, and he knows it. He's trying to break the slipstream because he's close to doing so.
I'm looking at that interval, and Espes just ate up a 1/10.5 on the front straightaway alone. I think it's just going to be a matter of time before the 171 meets the 16.
Yeah, it's still continuing on down. That Pablo might have a much quicker car in a straight line in general compared to Daniel Ferguson. We don't know how much wing is cranked into that number 16. So Pablo Ortega back here in the 5th position is still being, well, actually that's David Baker. Well, there we go. We wondered if David Baker would get back on the lead lap, and indeed, the 986 is back in the game.
Directly in front of Lynn Kinchlow is where he's sitting, one of the more aggressive drivers that we've seen all race long. So yeah, David Baker just doing a fantastic job. And actually, I think that Kinch is going to be looking down to the inside here in turn 3, thinks a little bit better of it.
Great job by that 986 driver to not give up and get himself back onto the lead lap. And honestly, at about the right time, because come about 20, 30 more laps, it's going to be go time after that final stop. And then we are off to the races for real. David Baker looking up around the outside, maybe trying to get a little bit of that air to get the run down the back straight. Oh, he's too close here coming into 2.
And yeah, it's Baker that's trying to get around Artiga here. So I wonder if it's just a little bit of the tire difference. Remember, we're talking that Pablo didn't take that pit stop, so he's on much older tires in comparison to everybody around. And speaking of old versus new, Pablo Espes on those freshies just stole away the lead, and another yellow flag.
Esteban Rodriguez in turn number 2, just into the wall. I believe that's turn number. No, that's actually turn number 4.
Yeah, it's the short shoot of 3 and 4. Yeah. Amazingly, I think this was a single car incident. Did he actually hit the wall? Because he definitely spun it out.
Net code.
Oh, big time.
That was a net code issue, but that's just an example.
And can we talk about how Tom Guest, car number 058, made it through that situation? Because I believe if our director could be so kind and whip up an onboard of that one, it would be stuff of legends. Tom Guest, car 058 through turn 3 was just breathtaking.
Rodriguez, by the way, if you're wondering why he's in his pit stall for so long, he was given the meatball flag. It looks like he hit the left rear corner of the car. That was enough to damage the suspension, and that means he's going to be sitting and waiting. You cannot leave the pit stall until they determine the car has been fixed enough that it can race safely.
This is actually, Ozzy, I believe this is what you were referring to.
Yeah, great job by Daniel Terran, the director booth. Look at him. Just... Oh.
Wow. And that was a last-second change of direction, too.
How do you anticipate that in time? Not only that the car is going to go up, then go down, and not hit anyone else. Just thread the needle with the kind of accuracy that only someone who is an expert of Indianapolis Motor Speedway can achieve. That was one of the better displays of driving avoidance that I have seen.
You can do it, Cole. You can drive through it.
I believe in you. Oh, God. Days of Thunder definitely out there here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Tom's still on the lead lap, so that was an important one for him as Blomqvist comes in and out of pit lane. Looks like Dreiling as well. More cars on the lead lap. I guess maybe just topping off here.
Yes, that's what I would assume. Remember, it is an open setup, so it could be that the drivers are tweaking some tire pressures or maybe doing a couple little adjustments to try to fine-tune their car. Remember, we might have a green flag run, but it's going to probably trend towards shorter sprints here at the end. Make those adjustments, and really, if you're in the back half of the lead lap, I don't see a penalty in coming down and filling it up. It's just going to make that next stop that much shorter.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that's a smart idea from those towards the back of the field. We haven't touched on it, at least in depth, much lately. Oh, we have a pit stop from Ferguson? Nope. He's just trying to psych everybody out. I was going to say, one thing that we haven't talked about that we usually try to remind our viewers of that don't necessarily watch this series, you have to remember, these are not necessarily IndyCar experts up here. Because the majors runs all types of major events around the world, hence the name. We mentioned the Daytona 500 earlier. Last time out, they were at Bathurst in TCR cars, very different from what we see here. Then they had F1 cars, classic F1 cars at the Nürburgring for the 1967 German Grand Prix. This is a series that forces you to get outside of your comfort zone, Joey.
I think that's one of the things that at least draws me to watching the major series is it is different every month. Every single time they get on the racetrack, it's different. Sure, they've got their staple events like the 500 that we're watching here, but the TCRs at Bathurst, that was some crazy racing, and they really split it up into the sprint format, so it's not always the same format that they're going through. They do the Predator stuff with qualifying, making sure multi-class is basically on the same page when it comes to the checkered flag. If you're looking for a variety of types of racing, but always quality racing on the track, Majors has definitely got it.
And that's why it draws, as we mentioned earlier, from all over the globe. It really does say, okay, you think you're the best, well, hop in just about anything and go for it. And appropriately, they actually got permission from Mario Andretti that the Drivers' Cup winner each year gets the Mario Andretti trophy. So you have to sort of pull from the spirit of the great American racer and be good at just about anything. What about Ferguson? Can he be able to retake the lead from Espes? Looks like Pablo's got a good jump as they once again head towards turn one. Prada back there in P3 needs to overtake the lapped car of Go Lightly, who is still trying to get that lap back.
The front 5-7 got away very nicely, but there was a massive checkup around that 10th to 13th range. Thankfully, there was no parts flying on the front straightaway, but look at that gap, and here it is. It's just draft fest on the back.
Easily past him. So, yeah, Daniel might not be as quick in a straight line compared to Pablo, but he's wasting no time in getting back up to the lead. And as we mentioned, we should see drivers easily make it one stop to go from here. So no more of these fuel games necessary.
Drafting on the front straightaway, Espes is going to go back by Ferguson. We still have that lapped car sitting there in that third place position in terms of the cars in the running order. Kinchlow too wide through turn number one. I'm not surprised to say that one.
Not at all. And Kinchlow weaving down the straight as it looks like it's Espes back at the front. Be careful here, Daniel. That was Go Lightly getting his front wing underneath his tire down at the apex there. He's going to give him space, make sure that they each can keep running. But desperately, passionately, Go Lightly wants to try and get on the lead lap so that if should we get another yellow, he can finally take that lead lap back.
And these cars are now officially running flat out. A 41.0 was that last lap time out of our leader. So no more fuel save, just as I thought. It is just see who's the fastest, who's got the quickest car, and they're going to make it to the checkered flag first.
Espes switches back around once again to take that lead. And if you think Ferguson, with him coming from the mid-pack, is a bit of a no-name here, we're talking Espes battling with an 8,300 I rating, while Ferguson claims 9,400 out there.
Some crazy skill level here in these open wheel cars. And yeah, it really is the best of the best. Look at who just put down the fastest lap. That's Jason Wallet in the 658, but he's not even inside the top five.
Unbelievable. 14th. Yeah. You got to be good here in the majors, and you got to be smart as well, as we're seeing. Wallet still running hard down here in 14th, trying to see if he could maybe take his first win in the majors. as down the front stretch. Is that Russell down to the inside, or is that Kinchlow? That's Ericsson, actually.
Yeah, that's the 37 of Ericsson taking a look, and I know that we've got a ton of action that's happening with the cars passing, but I can't help but feel that the strategy from the number 16 of Ferguson. Oh, there was a wall hit coming off of 2. I was just going to say Ferguson is going to be left out to dry the next pit stop, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a good point. He won't have any friends to try and pit with him unless somebody decides to come in. He's on lap 30, so it's getting very, very close. Although we've had a couple of cautions now, so he should be able to stretch that out to more than just 5 more laps.
I see the inspector light being shined right now. I believe we had a Kinchlow wall hit. Ozzy, is that true?
We have a wall hit at the exit of turn number 2, and that was indeed Lynn Kinchlow, and it looked quite severe as well. So I'm going to keep an eye on Lynn Kinchlow. And that is also Jesper Eriksson, our championship leader, hitting the wall at the exit of turn 2 just now, getting loose before it.
I think Ozzy set up one of those touch pads they have in the...
That's Eriksson.
That was Ericsson and Russell. A huge loose moment from Ericsson. Takes out Russell as well in the aftermath.
Russell still has a spare car. What about Ericsson? Checking here. Ericsson also has a spare car. They can get back into this, and actually Jesper is trying to drive it around. Oh my goodness. Jesper's actually weaving down the front straight with one of his wheels barely hanging on, so he's going to have to drive carefully to be able to make it back around in time. Is Russell, Russell also able to get back around? That's important, because if they have to take a tow, they could wind up going a lap down.
Here comes the curveball before we get into any replays, is that if these guys pit right now, I don't think they'll be able to make it to the end.
No, this is far too early, unless maybe you wait until the end of this caution flag to pit in.
Sorry, I'm just watching Ericsson trying to make it around, and it's looking very sketchy.
Looks like we're going to get that replay of exactly what happened. So riding along with Alex Russell, it's all going to develop directly in front of him. Car gets loose. Oh, huge hit, and just Russell had nowhere to go.
Did Ericsson have any contact, or was that completely on his own there?
That was, Ericsson was hit the wall at the exit of turn number 2. And he was slow heading to the back straight. I think he had damage. He got loose in turn number 3, and that's what caused the incident.
Interesting. Well, that's a bit of a shame to see them compromise that way. Like we said, it's not over, because it seems like Jesper's in pit lane right now, and Russell is heading towards his pit stall as well. So they were able to drive it back in, albeit with a bit of difficulty, admittedly, and them both taking that spare car that will return on the lead lap with all the work to do all over again.
So back to my point, if the lead lap cars come down and pit right now, they're going to be shy. You need to make it to 165. The one question mark is our second place car of Daniel Ferguson. He's on lap 33 right now of his current fuel stint. We've had a lot of yellow, so he can't extend that in order to make it into the window. But I almost wonder if you roll the dice. You know, he might be one of these cars that if he comes down right now, he could make it to the end without stopping.
Well, I think it goes back to what you said earlier, where if you're at the back of this pack, absolutely stop now and try to play the game and have a very short final stop if we do stay green. But I mean, the way this race is looking here at the end, we've now had a couple of cautions, so I don't think it's likely that that we'll see it go green to the finish, but you never know. You might as well try and cover yourself on that front. What I was trying to say before we had that massive incident was I get the feeling that Ozzy has one of those touch pads from the Olympic swimmers down on the wall, so that if anybody even so much as breathes on it, he can tell.
Well, you should mention Olympic swimmers. I'm actually, my birth name is one letter away from a European bronze championship bronze medalist diver. actually. So it's funny. All credit to Joona Puhakka, who was active in mid 2000s or something, and because people can't type or write or search numbers, I got a few congratulations text messages on that night. Anyway, I haven't got a touchpad. I got a pen and paper, and I got last pit numbers. And who am I keeping an eye on? I'm keeping an eye on Blomqvist, Reiling, and Warfield, because those were the three guys that pitted on lap 151, and I think Reiling just topped up once again. So those are the kind of people who are certainly aware of what kind of race this is going to be. Reiling and, in fact, Nicolas Cupolo pitted just topped up as well.
So those who pitted, those who took their spare car, we think are going to be close, but they're going to have to push very, very far, because we're only starting lap 163 here, and if it goes green to the finish, then, well, I mean, that's 38 laps as we're getting ready to restart, and the pace car getting ready to head in, handing over to Espes. If we get a yellow, then we could see drivers manage to stay out and make it a little bit more easy. Once again, trying to break the drag from Daniel Ferguson. But as we've seen, Daniel is in no mood to try and sit behind him. He's trying to run this one all the way to the front and take the lead away as we accelerate onto the backstretch. But we are on lap 35 for the stint of Ferguson.
Yeah, it's going to be a question of how soon does Daniel Ferguson have to come back down onto pit road under potentially green flag situations, as he took the lead away from Espes. So it's Ferguson, Espes, Prada. Those are your top three coming to complete the first lap on the restart.
All right, Baker also up into fourth. What a phenomenal run for the man that had to use one of his spare cars. Ferguson also is missing it. So if he has an issue from here, he's out. Lynn Kinchlow also no longer has a safety net underneath him. There's a number of drivers up at the front that look like they're positioned well, but they can't take risks.
I want to put a few names to jot down for everybody. Ericsson, Russell, Dreiling, Cupolo. Those four drivers really, I think, are in a potential to make it all the way to the end, while everybody up front here, or at least in the top 17, guaranteed have to stop again.
Absolutely. In fact, Ortega's on lap 33 of his stint. I mentioned Ferguson. He's now up to lap 37 as he loses the lead to Espes once more. But we've had a lot of cautions recently, so they'll probably be able to extend this out just a little bit longer. But if they're pitting under green, there is the potential that they could go a lap down. They need to stay with this lead group so that that pit stop at least feeds them out ahead of the leaders.
Ferguson still wants that clean air. I don't blame him one bit. He's going to be completing lap number 37 on this fuel stint. He has had to deal with 3 yellow flags, though. I bet you he'll probably stretch it, I'm going to guess, 7 more laps from here.
Oh, wow. So you're thinking very far up the road for him. That will be impressive that he'll be able to make that sort of run. And as Ferguson tries to head up around the outside into turn 2, he's got the clean air, but he has to stay off the wall.
There's that serpentine you were talking about, and Prada now poking down to the inside really boxes Ferguson on that top lane. Pablo Espes left the door open. He's going to defend the lead on the outside, but Prada definitely shoved the nose in there in turn number 3.
Meanwhile, behind them, we got a car dipping to the inside. Is that Fredrickson? Indeed it is. Trying to overtake on Baker as the front two once again go wheel to wheel. Prada now going to be up to the point, so it is not just Espes and Ferguson fighting for the top spot.
And these guys are turning some of the fastest laps of the race. A 40.96 out of Lucas Prada that last time by, and that included a pass for the lead.
Side by side, 2x2 that time coming into turn 3 as they switch back to single file now through turn 4. Baker getting caught out slightly. No, he's going to have a good run as Ferguson decides now is when he has to pit at 39 laps into the stint.
and he locked him up hard entering pit lane. I don't see any black flags, so he should have got it slowed down, but this is going to put him out there probably in no man's land. If he gets lucky, he'll have somebody to draft off of.
Yeah, so let's hope that it's a nice, smooth, quick stop. And the yellow flag is out. Oh.
That's Thijs. That's Thijs Barendijk in the wall at the exit of turn number 2. And that was a single car incident for Thijs.
Yeah, I think he just smacked the wall on his lonesome. And, well, I guess for Ferguson, he's back on the lead lap. But, well, I guess those in front of him are probably going to be pitting now. So will this actually cycle him back up to the front?
It could. Here we see a replay of Thijs, and it's going to start in turn number 2. And it's going to be something we've seen a lot of times. Just understeering at the exit of 2 and then ending up hitting the wall so hard that he slid all the way to the inside barrier, just span around like a top across the track, but thankfully so lucky that no one else was hitting him. Good job avoiding it by everybody behind. And you know what? Jesper Eriksson, our championship leader, we mentioned him a couple of times, in a good position in this race, was the next car to come by, and he was just avoiding him by 2 car widths. It wasn't quite that close, but that was still closer than the Swedish driver would have probably wanted.
Yeah, and this means that guys like Dreiling, as well as Russell, now can save the fuel they need to try and get to the finish, Joey. So this is helping them out tremendously to get them back up where they've been wanting to be for quite some time.
Watch, everybody's going to come down pit road right here. They have to. This is the window that you've been waiting for. You can make it to the end from here on out. So I expect literally every single car except those 4 that I mentioned earlier to keep an eye on. That includes Dreiling, it includes Ericsson, it includes Russell. And actually, I'm being surprised myself. Alex Russell as well as Ericsson, they came down pit road. I was expecting that they were just going to go straight to the front, not even come down and stay out on their good tires.
But Dreiling stays out, and of course, Ferguson does as well. So that's going to be your top 2. Espes returns the first amongst of those who pit and will be out in 3rd place. But Dreiling and Ferguson saved by the bell and find themselves back at the track position they've been wanting to keep.
Here's that 27 car that I thought was going to stay out, and I'm looking, only took 4.4 seconds worth of fuel, so maybe he realized he couldn't make it to the end there. I thought for sure with the fuel save and the hard data that he already put down in the race that he was pretty much going to start on the front row on this restart.
Yeah, I thought so too. Maybe he just didn't feel like he could keep that pace up for the remainder of the race and be able to make it. It would just been too hard. Because the other thing too is those that pit this lap now find themselves able to really sprint to the finish. There's no fuel saving whatsoever, and it is just going to be push, push, push. So if you find yourself having to be marginal there, maybe you're going to just be at so much of a disadvantage that that he felt like it was better to just top off and see if he could climb the ladder.
It's always what if, right? You're always going to look at it. If it plays out for you, said, yeah, this was what I was calling all along. And if it doesn't, you're going to be like, oh, well, what if I had done this? And it's always tough. I think that it's always easier to make passes on pit road than it is on the racetrack. And strategy can win you races, but you have to execute the strategy when it comes down to those times. And sometimes there's some missed opportunities for sure.
Indeed. Now, we get closer to the end here. One thing, since we are seeing more yellows, that we need to mention is that we have to remember this is not NASCAR. They do not have a green-white checkers. So if it gets down to 4 or 5 laps from the finish, you want to be the car in the lead as much as possible, because if a yellow comes out, that ends the race.
Just like the old school way of ending it, they'll pretty much race it to the flag, as long as that yellow doesn't come out, right? But yeah, no green-white checkered here, and actually, I think that the lights are out, which means we're going to be coming back to green flag racing with approximately 28 laps remaining.
Oof, okay, here we go. It is now past the last of the pit stops for everybody. We go sprinting to the end to try and complete 500 miles for the Speedway 500 here in the majors. And the pace car is in. Dreiling is the one with control this time. Waits patiently. He's holding them a long time, and there is the green flag. Oh, he's not getting going. He's not getting going at all. There's a huge checkup. Let's hope that we can get through the first corner safely.
And there is another car, I believe that's Oscar Fredrickson, making it 3 wide, and one of these cars is a lapped car right smack in the middle, and we're almost 3 wide here in turn number 2. It's Espes versus Dreiling up front.
I wonder if he still thought he was so tight that he was a gear higher than he needed to be just to try and save some fuel on this restart. Whatever the case, Tom Dreiling did not go. Prada's going to take advantage of it and is our new leader.
And yeah, the clean air for Lucas Prada is exactly what he wants, but watch the slipstream. Here comes Espes. I have a feeling it's going to be leapfrog from here on out. Tom Dreiling firmly in the draft as well.
Couple cars heading into pit lane. Manzato, I think, and Blomqvist pitting in. So that's from the back of the field. Everybody else staying out to try and sprint to the finish on this one. Espes now ahead of Prada down the back stretch. Dreiling hanging in behind. Fredrickson slow. Did he brush the wall?
I think also... go ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah, I think Fredrickson also got some damage in lap number 1 of this stint early on, but he definitely hit the wall in turn number 2 this lap.
And those were absolutely cars hitting the wall. I think Strauss amongst them. It looks like Baker, after such a good recovery, he's missing part of his front wing.
And do you know who drove around the outside of that? The number 27 car of Alex Russell has already found himself into 7th, now making a move on Daniel Ferguson for 6th. So one of the fastest cars all day that's been mired in traffic the back half of the race. Your pole sitter now threatening the top 5.
Oh, man, I feel for Baker here. He's got no spare car left. He almost essentially has to pit in at this stage because the car is way off the pace, as Daniel Blomqvist also with him in terms of lacking speed. Russell up to 6th position now, trying to see what he can do to try and steal this win back after going a lap down earlier on. Lucas Prada overtakes Espes for the top spot.
Just back and forth down the straightaways between our front 2. Oscar Fredrickson in that black car, he's sitting in 3rd place, and he's been pretty patient just watching these 2 leapfrog each other down the straightaway, waiting for the right opportunity. I had seen plenty of 3 wide passes in the practice and the warm-up. I'm wondering when we're going to see it in the race.
Good question. It may be go time, but it's not quite the dead end of the race at this stage. Prada down to the inside on the main straight. Espes doesn't fight it. He's going to let him back through. Oscar Fredrickson hovering around in 3rd. Tom Dreiling, if he's saving the fuel, he's doing so within the slipstream of the top 3 right now, but he's dropping back ever so slightly.
I think that Lucas Prada has got the heavy serpentine doing whatever he can. There goes Espes down to the inside, and they're actually going to deal with the lapped car. This could throw everything upside down. Dirty air is no good, and that's not what the leaders want to see in front of them.
I think they're going to be able to get him on this main straight here. Espes goes round the side of Blomqvist, who stays off to the right hand, and that's going to allow Dreiling also to catch up to them.
The top 4 now have a little bit of a gap, plus a lapped car in between themselves and Russell, as Russell actually gets a good run down the back straightaway. I was curious of how quickly Russell was going to clear Garen Batten, and he did it very quickly.
Something about these Swedes, they just never give up, Ozzy. Fredrickson apparently carrying on despite multiple hits with the wall.
Yeah, so he had a slight brush at the restart, and then he hit that harder hit I mentioned earlier in turn number 2, and he's still in that third position. Apparently the car is not too badly damaged because he can hold on to the lead pack, but you can see ever so slightly at the exit of the corners. If you look at him versus that leading duo, as we were looking at the 9th place battle on stream right now, but yeah, and that's Kinchlow, and that's hard into the wall. Oh my heavens me.
He has already used his spare car, so Kinchlow's done with that run-in with the outside wall. That said, it looked like, Joey, that from what we could see live there, I think people were less willing to give space here at the end of the race. Those two got close together, a little bit of contact, and that hip check was all it took.
And this went back several corners, I want to say. Even coming out of turn number 3 and 4, these two cars were side by side banging wheels, so it developed even more down into turn number 1 between the two. And eventually, push came to shove in turn number 2, and one of the cars just kind of drifted upwards. I believe it was Matthias Strauss, wasn't it, that got into Kinchlow there? But this was not just something that developed down the front straightaway. These cars had been going at it for about a lap and a half, and paint had already been traded by the time that they got into 1.
Yeah, and Strauss just brushing, just finding himself drifting upwards. We'll see it here. Yeah, way off the bottom line, even into turn 1, and then 2. Car was maybe understeering a bit. Lynn was to the outside, just wrong place, wrong time, and spun like a top.
It's one of the chances that you take on that top lane. We've said that it's been the faster of the two to defend, but the one thing that you don't leave yourself is any margin of error, right? If that car inside of you starts to slide up into your lane, there's just no margin of error for you to move up any further.
Sounds like there's a bit of talk between, I think, Baker and Patience. I wonder if those were the two that came together earlier that we saw cause the damage on David Baker.
I'll jump in here. Ian Patience is that pink car that is firmly planted himself inside the top 5, meanwhile being 2 laps down.
Interesting. So a number of drivers pitting in. Is that for fuel, or is this for some damage repair?
I wonder if, tires. That's a good catch there, Joey. But also Matthias Strauss, at least, was one part of an incident there. So probably for damage as well. Pablo Arteaga probably wants to be in a more confident position in terms of tires. Same for Cristian Innocente and Nicolas Cupolo as well, pitting for tires. Cesar Menzato as well pitting in. That's a bit of a longer stop for him, but I wonder if that's for tires as well. What I'm curious about, and Jason Wallet took a longer stop, that's for repairs assuredly, because it took such a long time. Now I'm curious, Fredriksson in fact did not pit. He was the one driver I was expecting to pit, Oscar Fredriksson, choosing to trust track position. And even though I still think that car is carrying a bit of damage, he's probably thinking, okay, but we are now, 20 laps from the end? We can make it to the end in a good position and possibly fight for the win, even with a car that is slightly damaged.
Of these drivers, I'm trying to figure out who has wins, and I don't have stats on Prada and Espez, unfortunately, nor Dreiling, surprisingly. Not sure why I'm not seeing him in there, but Tom has been around this series for a long time. I can tell you that Batten has multiple wins, apparently. So it looks like he's got 2 wins to his name so far in this series. So we definitely have a few drivers that have seen the top spot before, but not sure about some of the other ones, if this is going to be their first chance to try and come home with a victory. Lights are out on the pace car, so we're going to get restarted on lap 182 of this race. If Dreiling still needed to save fuel, surely this is enough that he doesn't need to start Ozzy in a lower gear this time.
Yeah, and the way that race started last time around was honestly a bit too dangerous for my liking. You don't want to wait too late, because that's gonna create an accordion effect, and that's going to put you at risk, and that's going to put everybody else, especially those further behind who don't have a clear line of sight to the front, that's going to put them to the risk as well. So you want to get off nice and early, and you want to essentially spread the pack out at least a little bit on the restart.
All right, we'll see if that winds up being what he does, because we're coming into turn 4, getting ready to go once more as they prepare for the pace car to exit down into the lane. We're used to seeing this both here in the sim and in real life, where we see more and more cautions as drivers get more aggressive, knowing that it's on the line. Green flag is out. Prada trying to see whether or not he can snake the group a little bit just to give himself a bit more time up at the front.
And I think it was actually the car directly behind Alex Russell that was majorly choked up, and that's Ian Patience back there. So the lap car definitely haltering some runs, and down the back straightaway, Espez versus Prada one more time. Espez takes the lead into 3.
Ortega looks like he got caught up in a checkup at the start. He's got a loose wheel. He's going to have to come back around and take a green flag pit stop. Fredrickson here racing behind Prada and Espez in the 3rd position as they return that first lap under green. Prada's going to try and take it back away.
And Alex Russell is now sitting in the 3rd spot, 4th spot, I take it. He's the car way to the outside. He's not going to try to go around the outside, at least not as of yet. He's just trying to keep some clean air to the front nose, and he drifts up wide. He has to lift way hard coming out of 2, and that's going to allow an opportunity for Dryland.
He doesn't take it, though. He decides not to try and overtake on the backstretch. I think he knows that they'll still be able to catch up once they get back around to the front stretch here. Now up to lap 184. And it is still these top 5 looking like they're going to run away. Next car back is Blomqvist, and then you've got Batten behind him in 6th.
Oh, look at the stream. That's Dryling.
And thankfully, he was able to hit the Alt F4, so we did not come a yellow flag, but Espez way wide there in turn number 2. I don't know what happened on entry, but thankfully, Pablo didn't get into the wall.
And we got a yellow. That's Strauss. Oh, no. Another driver that was looking pretty good earlier on, but I think he drifted out a little bit too far and wound up into the exit of turn 2. He is done for this one. Let's take a look at the replay. Almost looks like, Joey, what we'll see here. Well, first we're going to watch dry lane, and this is definitely a hardware failure.
Yeah, 90 degrees left, and that, in case someone doesn't know, that's what happens on iRacing essentially. When your wheel disconnects, your physical device disconnects, your wheel's going to go hard 90 degrees to the left. And that's exactly what happened to Tom Dryling there. Now, gonna mention real briefly, Dryling is now still trundling on behind yellow. He didn't go a lap down. He was able to get back on track so quickly. His car is still damaged, but if he has the spare...
He does.
Yeah, he's still in it.
Wow.
Somehow.
Wow. Well, can he go? He hasn't gone into pit lane even this time by. Okay, so here's Strauss. I think, Joey, that the cars in front of him just kind of helped wash him out even more, because he was already heading there, but then unfortunately they were right at the point where he needed that car to grip up.
And we always talk about dirty air, and if you've raced the Formula cars, if you've raced stock cars in iRacing, or even if you've watched a NASCAR or an IndyCar broadcast, they always talk about dirty air. It's translated here into iRacing as well, and the further you're back in the field, the more dirty air you have to deal with. And I guess the best way to explain it, if you've never felt it before, is that when you run the track by yourself, you have 100% of the grip level. When you put a car in front of you and all of a sudden he's got dirty air kicking off the back end of his car, the front end of your wing has to go through that dirty air. That 100% that you were capable of, it might only be like 95%, 97%. So it's not like everything is taken away, but just those very, very small margins and that loss of grip can be what washes you out of the racing line and into a wall.
Somehow, Dryling has driven that car back to his pit stall, takes his spare, and is going to emerge on the lead lap. Now he's still there. Sure. Is he? Well, maybe he's just taking tires, I guess, since he can. Although it's looking like a bit of a long stop. There
Okay,
he
here we
goes,
go.
finally.
So Tom Triling might just be the luckiest expletive out there on the racetrack.
We say
unlucky.
son of a gun over here in this
Yeah,
case.
son of a gun, because somehow, wheel disconnecting is unlucky. You hear that dreaded USB disconnected sound, and you're gonna be like, okay, my race is over. But somehow he gets a second chance in this altar of legends in Indianapolis. He's down in 16th place, sure, but we still got 14 laps to go in this one. Gonna be well over 10 green flag laps if we make it to the checkered. And he has brand new tires, a brand new car, couple of guys with older tires. He has a chance at the top 10 yet, and I bet nobody, not even Tom Dreiling, saw that coming when that car went hard left on the main straight.
I went back and checked it as the lights go out on the pace car, and yeah, I thought that he Alt F4'd. For those that don't know, it's just shut down your computer immediately. Essentially, it's the way out if you don't want to cause a caution for something like what happened to Tom. But that's not the case. The car reappeared. He must have actually taken the time to reattach his wheels somehow in all of that craziness, have the presence of mind to do so as well, and still carry on and get that free car.
Impressive. I thought for sure it was an Alt F4 and then reload into the session.
Me too.
But the tow would have taken too long. Yeah.
Yeah, so he let the car come to a halt, and then I guess maybe he probably thought that the yellow was from him, reattached his wheel, and got back going, and eventually is at the back of the pack. He's going to be running 16th.
You know what, Joe? I think race control wants to have a talk with him after the race.
And he just it's like in the real car. He just took the wheel off and put it back on, and that reset it.
I mean, that's not sure. You get some milk if you win the Indy 500, but surely that's worth at least a juice box or something.
Yeah, I think he deserves that.
Have a brick.
Yes.
Not as tasty.
There's actually a brand of juice boxes called Grandi here in Finland. Oh, we're going green. Never mind.
Well, yeah, we'll come back to that in a minute. Let's see what this restart holds in store for us as Prada now takes control of this race. Fredrickson looking a little bit off pace behind him. Espes wants to go by, but he's boxed in, and this means that Russell might be able to overtake him.
It looked like Espes almost got into the back of Fredrickson, but you're right, side by side for third, and Prada's going to be majorly choked up coming out of 2. So here comes Espes. There's the 3 wide pass for the lead on the back straightaway.
All the way down to the inside for Espes. Is that going to be enough? Yes, he is clear. Russell as well. Going to move into third. From first to fourth for Lucas Prada in that moment.
Just got really choked up coming off of turn number 2, but this is going to be the interesting game here. Who's going to serpentine? Here comes Alex Russell. Our pole sitter now makes it 3 wide to the inside of turn 1, straight back to the front.
How did Alex Russell get back here? This is unbelievable what he's been through and managed to return to the front of the field. He's going to move down to the inside to see if he can shake Fredrickson, but no dice. The draft is too powerful. Oscar around the outside. Now, can he finish the job is the question.
Tons of room given. Look at these two guys leaving each other a lane and a half there in 3 and 4. That's exactly what I love to see. And now Fredrickson, he's going to get the inside line. Where does Espes go? He thinks about going to the outside. 3 wide across the start-finish line.
And into turn 1 as well. They're still 3 wide heading through there. This is amazing stuff. They still leave each other space behind them. It looks like, well, Prada is going to just wait patiently almost into the wall there for Espes as he drifts a little bit wide. Now we go 4 wide down the backstretch.
Prada to the inside. Can he slide up and clear himself? It's actually going to be Russell hanging tough in the middle of the racetrack, defending the lead. I think up top is where you want to be to defend, especially coming off of these corner exits.
Prada nearly took that lead away, but instead it's going to be Russell who leads them to the line, this time by 10 laps to go now on our ticker as they come down to the end of it. It has been turned up to 11 out here.
Prada just searching for the clean air, and you know who's sitting there in fourth place? Fredrickson just kind of hanging out, but Alex Russell, he's just choosing the inside of the racetrack, and Espes just kind of being patient, trying to pick a lane.
Making that IR-18 as wide as he possibly can to try and dissuade anybody from going past. But again, how do you want to play this? When we get to 5 to go, you don't want to be the car behind because you want to be leader in case of a yellow. At the same time, coming to that white flag, you don't want to be in the lead necessarily.
No, well, yes, you're right. You don't want to be in the lead coming to the white flag necessarily, but if a yellow comes out, you want to be in the lead at all costs, right? So I think it's just going to be the defense of the lead, whether it's down the straightaway or into 1 or 3.
Russell back to the front as we ride on board with Fredrickson now. That's going to be Lucas down into P2 as he waits behind. We still could restart this race if we get a yellow from here. Weaving to the inside, Lucas gets a run. He's going to take the lead back.
And crucially, right there is where start-finish line is. And Russell gives a little bit of a block to the outside because we didn't see, but Pablo Espes, there he is, had a huge head of steam coming along the wall.
Only 21 of our 32 starters are left. It looks like Espes struggling on the exit of turn 2. That's the second time we've seen him drift a little bit high.
So this is going to be the chess game, right? Everybody is so aggressive right now, but do you want to lead coming out of 4? Do you want to be in second place coming out of 4? This is where these drivers are kind of deciding those positions. Do I want to, or do I want to be the car in the draft?
We got a big one. Dreiling and Wallet. Yeah, Dreiling and Wallet just hit exiting turn 4. Jason Wallet and Tom Dreiling. Wow.
I don't know who our leader is because Oscar Fredrickson was making a 3-wide pass for the lead, and we will get going green flag racing again, but track position is huge.
Wallet slowed a bit strangely down through turn 4. Not sure why, but that's what caused Dreiling to get into the back of him. And for Dreiling, that's it. There's no more gimmies on that one. And I can report that Wallet the same way. He's already used up his spare car, so he's done for this race.
I'm waiting for the replay here before I go in any further, but that was indeed strange. I wonder if Wallet was trying to... Well, here we go. Wallet's maybe trying to get his car back under control into 4, trying to hold it tighter to the inside. And... just Dreiling coming with a full head of steam, probably expecting Wallet to go faster, and that's just one of those situations that can so easily happen at 220 miles an hour. And Wallet, whoa, that was a wild ride into the catch fence, and yeah, they're not going to fix that in time.
Wow. I'm going to jump in here, Joe, and echo what Ozzy said. Wallet definitely had a big-time wiggle going into 4, and whether that's a hesitation on the throttle or coming up the racetrack, he was catching the car either way, and unfortunately, Dreiling was right behind him.
That was David Baker in that dark blue car that dodged around, and he's actually still running in 14th. I don't know how he's repaired that car and is still running as high as he is, but attrition is becoming absolutely brutal in the last stages of this race.
And something I'm catching up to right now is who our leader is, because I had made the comment that Fredrickson made that 3-wide pass for the lead when the yellow flag came out, but at the time, Alex Russell was our leader, and I mean, I back it up to the start-finish line. I know that's not exactly where, the yellow flag came out, but I mean, talk about inches being between these 3 cars when that yellow flag did come out.
Yeah, and thankfully, with this being in the sim, it's all easily automatic to know exactly who is supposed to be where, so they can sort them out quickly, and we'll get restarted in time to finish this race up. 6 to go. Lights are still on, so we're looking at 4 to go, I think, when we restart. So that is it. If we get another yellow, that ends the race.
Yeah, And just quickly mentioning it here, if I may, Garen Batten in 5th place, started 23rd. He's up 18 positions. Jesper Eriksson, our championship leader, up 9. And Michael Chin in 7th place, up amazingly, almost beggars belief, 24 position. He started 31st, second to last in this race. He's now solidly within top 10, just ahead of Jeff Smeyer and Nicholas Warfield and Tom Guest. And by the way, shout out to the fans of Nicholas Warfield, car number 340, by far the loudest fan group in our chat.
Love to have them out here cheering on their favorites and hoping to see them finish well. There you can see on our tower how many now are many laps down from here. Innocentes has been in pit lane for about 5 minutes. Wallet has been there for about a minute. Dreiling just made his way back. I doubt we'll see him return to the track. I think that's going to make us fewer than 20 cars left now at this stage once we restart, and the lights are indeed off on the pace car. So a 4-lap sprint to the finish. It's quite literally, Joey, qualifying laps to the end.
You're right. That's, I guess, the best way to put it. You're low on fuel. Time to leave it all on the racetrack. And I think if I'm going to predict anything, the defense for the lead is definitely going to go up a notch because of what you just said. If we get another yellow flag, the race is going to be ended. We don't have enough time to get it going again. So you want to be out front and you don't want to give it up.
Now, the one rule we do need to mention is that this race, if it goes to the white flag, that makes it official, and they cannot throw the yellow after that. So if there is a wreck that happens after the white flag is out, the race carries on, and everybody tries to get to the finish. It can get a little messy, but it certainly is exciting, and we'll see if we wind up in that situation, as Prada certainly holds back as he lets the pace car get far ahead of him, trying to check them up here. And when is he going to go? Boy, he's holding them a long, long time. Look at how few cars are left as well in this line. There he finally goes. Russell finally on it. And I think this backfired, frankly, because Prada is already on top of him.
Yeah, but it's all about the exit coming out of 2, so as long as he's able to get the run. And here comes 3rd place, already having to lift going into turn number 2, so it might work out for Alex Russell as they are heavily stacked up 2 wide behind him.
Oh, and now we're looking at 3 wide. Espez going around the long way, almost 4 wide. Thankfully, somebody gonna try to sneak in there, decides to back out of it. Espez way too high up on the track. Surely that's not going to work. He hangs side by side with Lucas somehow. I'm amazed that he's able to hang tough here. As we come down to 3 laps to go, Russell leads it.
And now Russell's just going to play whoever's further back. He's going to give the draft to, so this time it's going to be Prada down the front straightaway, but 3 wide and oh so close between Fredriksson and Espes. Fredriksson's that car on the top side, and actually a little bit of netcode contact there between 1 and 2. Oh. Fredriksson battling tough. Russell's going to give the draft to Espes.
And
Tom
Russell
Guest hard at the wall.
We'll see if that causes a caution. Russell was all the way down to the inside. I can't believe he made turn 1 from there. Behind him, it looks like Espes. Prada almost drifting up into the side of Fredriksson. They're going to be able to get away with that one. We come around to 2 to go. It's getting ever so close to making this to a green flag finish, but this time, Russell can't do anything. Espes has the run.
Russell is just going to be drowning here in turn number 1. Can he defend on the inside? Pablo Espes hanging tough, crowding him. But Alex Russell is able to put the car somewhere here on the low lane and have it stick. He's still in the lead.
We haven't seen that all day. It seems like the high line was much better trying to get those passes done. Lucas, he's got no place to go despite having... Still on the low line. Russell is able to use that shorter distance to get ahead, Joey, and white flag is coming out.
Barney holds that white flag. We're going to get 3 wide. Does Russell block the inside? Here comes Prada all the way to the wall. Who carries the momentum around turn 1 and 2? Chops the nose of Russell. Espes is going to come out with the lead. There goes Russell hard into the wall.
And I think that was with Fredriksson. Both of them are going to be out of this race. They're not going to be able to take the win. Espes versus Prada now as they hit the backstretch. Batten gets promoted to 3rd, but it is a 2-horse race. Who is going to be able to come away as Espes holds the lead? Coming into turn 3, could we see Prada try and snipe it at the line by getting the run off the corner? as they come around through turn 4. He ducks down low, tries to get the speed, almost blocked at the exit of the corner, but no, Espes is just barely ahead. They come to the line, it's going to be close, and it is Prada who comes away with the win by 100th of a second.
Lucas Prada timed the slipstream to perfection coming out of turn number 4. Pablo Espes did everything to block the clean air, halt his run, but it wasn't enough. The 577, which was in a hole on strategy early in the race, claims victory at the end.
Ericsson's going to finish this race come hell or high water. He comes across the line. Russell can't say the same. We saw him smoking at the side of the track at turn 2.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
All I can say is wow. Yeah. Have you ever, Joe?
I have never, but we are going to take a quick break. We are not quite done with this one. We've got driver interviews as well as the unofficial results coming your way after this. What an incredible finish here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Speedway 500. Ozzy, we had a wreck in turn 1 on the final lap. We kind of expected something like that, but talk us through this.
Yeah, so you head into turn number 1, and we're going to be seeing Fredriksson here, who's going to be pinching Russell down like grandma's pinching your cheeks. And they just run out of room. 2 cars trying to go at the same place at the same time. And Fredriksson ending up in the catch fence, sadly, and Russell as well spinning around. Gonna collect a couple of more cars as well involved in that one, but what a sad end to Oscar Fredriksson race. And Alexander Russell, what a comeback, which lasted 199 laps.
Well, that means that our results unofficially sees Lucas Prada taking the win. And on the heels of Prada, it was Pablo Espes by only 1/100th of a second. It was Garen Batten who was P3, coming up from 23rd as Jeff Schmeier finishes P4, and Michael Chin going from 31st to 5th out there. Cesaro Manzato was P6 as David Baker actually still climbed home to 7th despite having an incident late in the race. Cupolo was 8th, Warfield was 9th, and last car in the lead lap, incredibly, was 10th place, Jesper Eriksson, Joey.
And then comes that 27, your pole sitter of Alex Russell with a crash on the last lap. Oscar Fredriksson right behind him in 12th. Pablo Artiga with the alternate strategy comes home in 13th. Ian Patience, 14th. Daniel Blomqvist in 15th. Tom Guest back here in 16th. Multiple laps down. And then pretty much everybody on out. Tom Dreiling, 17th. Jason Wallet did not see the finish line. Michael Lightly, 19th. Lynn Kinchlow, I believe, is going to be in 20th. I'm sorry, Christian Innocente is back there in 20th, Aussie.
Yeah, and then we're going to run you through the list of retirements as well. Lynn Kinchlow, Sheridan Wade, Matthias Strauss was running very well at the front for such a long time. Daniel Ferguson sadly listed as retired as well. Thijs Barendrout, as well as Esteban Rodriguez, Christian Macrelli, Jeff Cardamone, Rob Courtney, and Mike Grandi, as well as 2 other guys, Samuel Lawson and our first retirement from the race, Travis Henderson, only made 20 laps in this race, Joe, but we got a lot to talk about yet.
Including to our winner, Lucas Prada, who's ready to chat with us as he stands tall in victory lane. Lucas, a win for the Speedway 500 here in the majors. It's the one everybody wants. How does it feel?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, it feels amazing. It's my first time doing Speedway 500, and yeah, it was crazy race until the finish. We had a huge green flag run, and yeah, it came down to hundreds. So yeah, very happy with my result.
It literally came down to 1/100th to bring it home. But let's talk about also the 4 wide there on that final restart down the back stretch. Were you aware that you were 4 wide at one point?
I think so. I mean, it was a chaos. I was not really sure what's going on. I knew we were really close. It was neck and neck. So I tried to stay in my lane, so not do any mistakes, and yeah, it paid off.
It really did pay off. We had some incredible drivers out here. So many up at the front had 8,000, 9,000 iRating. Did you feel intimidated at all with some of the names around you?
I mean, I knew there were some faster guys than me. I don't really have a lot of experience in this car, especially not on oval. I did do quite a few races with this car on the road, but yeah, on oval, I mean, just a few officials. So yeah, I knew what to do on the last lap, and yeah, I mean, crazy finish. I'm super happy with it.
Well, you go by the moniker of Mr. Speed for your streaming. Do you feel like you've lived up to that name today?
Well, I guess to some extent, yeah.
Congratulations. Is there anybody you'd like to thank?
I would definitely like to thank my team, WSR, and the other guys, Esteban and Daniel, who we practiced with together, and yeah, helped me with all the setups and stuff. So yeah, definitely big thanks to them.
So that was our winner, Lucas Prada, in the 577 car. We do have one other step on the podium ready to talk to us. I think Joey has caught up with Garen Batten.
First of all, Garen Batten, congratulations on the podium here in the 500 miler at Indianapolis.
Dude, I'm still shaking. Like, that's why it took me so long to get into the interview box here. I couldn't figure anything out. My brain's just scrambled after that. That last 20 laps was just insane.
It was pretty madness from our seat as well, but you had a relatively quiet first half of the race, and then the back half, all of a sudden you showed up and you were really just kind of hanging out there in the top 5, top 10. Talk us through that very, very last lap, and you going full, what is the term, bad boys underneath the cars on the freeway?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, being in Australia, things kind of lag a bit differently to me to what you probably saw. But yeah, I didn't know if I'd gone through him, under him, round him, whatever, whether he just exploded. I had no idea. But to come out the other side of it, I was pretty happy. But yeah, I've got to say, I think it was Jasper that also got net coded hugely badly in turn 2. Like, that was so unlucky for him because, yeah, we gave each other the space and then iRacing just felt different. But yeah, just got to roll with that.
Yeah, no, that's exactly how I saw it play out as well. But I know you're relieved. What's the next on the things to do list now that you've got a podium here in the 500? What's the next one to check off the box?
Well, the next thing to do is, see if I can get half an hour's sleep before I've got to go and take the kids to school because it's 5 a.m. here. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, obviously the Majors 24 here in a few weeks will be the next thing that we're gearing up for. Yeah, I'll just take a day to enjoy this one, I think, because they don't come around very often in the big ones to finish in the top 3.
This was definitely a great performance for you. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Firstly, my teammate Tom, who had some update or something kick in there with 2 laps to go. That's why he fired off into the fence randomly out of a top 10 position. So he'd worked just the same as me, so hard all day. We came from the back. So yeah, shout out to him. It was really unlucky. We kept each other company. We ran nose to tail basically the whole race. So yeah, massively unfortunate for him. And also to Majors Garage, who we use their setups in our team for everything. And yeah, couldn't say enough about them. The setup just came alive in the second half of the race. Like, to be dicing with 8K iRating guys, for me, I'm a hack. So, that was insane. And yeah, the setup just didn't let me down there at the end. It was great. So yeah, thanks to them. And yeah, roll on the next one.
Terrific performance there. That was Garen Batten coming home third, driving that number 61 car today.
That looks like that's everybody who's here to talk to us, which certainly gave us plenty to chew on as we had tons of excitement out there. A big thank you again to our charity that the Majors raised funds for, Folds of Honor. If you want to find out more, you can find it in the description below. And thanks to the team today, Joey, Ozzy, Daniel, and Dougie. Make sure to check out our social media, our website, and our merchandise store. But also, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a moment here on GSRC. The next one, another one of our biggest races, Le Mans. It's a non-championship round, 24 hours here for the Majors. That'll be Sunday, June 8th, and that'll start at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Be sure to check out our other broadcasts that we have listed here. And until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Yeah.